Dear Lord, we ask you for your guidance and wisdom as we gather for this council meeting. We pray that you will give us clarity of thought and unity of purpose as we discuss the important matters before us. We humbly ask that you would guide and direct us in all that we do. Amen.
Amen.
Okay. Before we start, the usual reminder to members, please to mute their computers and switch off any mobile phones or pages if they still exist. Whatever. Let's try and it can be squeaky enough by the sound of the floor without everything going bing and bong. Thank you. First and foremostly, welcome to our first meeting in the Guild Hall. It's going to be different, but we're in the centre of Shrewsbury, our county town, and I think that's a good thing. And I can already hear somebody's phone going, making funny noises. Usual stuff. Please don't hold your microphone by the stem and ensure that it's directly in front of you, not as mine is with me at the moment. For the benefit of those who are watching the live stream, please use your microphone every time you speak, including when participating in a recorded vote. Otherwise, your voice may not be heard. You may find it easier to be seated whilst using your microphone. There goes another one. I propose to take a 20-minute break as ever at 12:30 to allow those of you that wish to do so to take some refreshments and use the facility should you require to do so. And we're not expecting a fire drill today. I will take out a minute for those of you that don't know. Fire exits are there and there. If you're not sure still, just follow me. Okay. So that's those bits out of the way. We will move then onto the agenda, and we will start with item 1, which is apologies, which the Chief Executive will make us aware of.
Apologies have been received from the following councillors: Julia Buckley, Steve Charmley, Rachel Connolly, Gerald Dakin, Tracy Huffer, Kevin Pardy. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move on to item 2, which is the disclosable interests. I would remind members to disclose any pecuniary or other registrable or non-registrable interest in any matter to be discussed, including interest in their register of interests, and leave the chamber prior to the matter being discussed. Councillor Towers.
Mr. Chairman, Robert Tyndall has also offered apologies. Robert Tyndall has also offered apologies, and that hasn't been recorded yet.
Okay, Robert Tyndall, did you get that? Looking around the room for disclosable pecuniary interest. I've still got the orchestra of phones and computers. Please check them. It is very irritating, particularly given that this room is much smaller. Okay, that said, we'll move on to item 3, and I am going to move the minutes of the previous council meeting held on the 12th of December 2024 as circulated with the agenda and papers, that they be signed as a correct record.
I second those minutes.
Okay, I'm assuming then all those in favour, please show. Any abstentions? I will ask against, but I don't think, as nobody spoke, that nobody's going to vote against. So we will take those then as read. So item 4 is announcements, and that's to receive communications from myself and the Vice Chair and the Head of Paid Service may desire to lay before the Council, and I'm referring particularly to the list of engagements which has been circulated. Good, there's an echo in here. We'll just sort that out for, oh my word. Is it? Okay, Good, it's gone. I had a voice in my head for a minute there. I was a bit concerned. Okay, no worries. It's a new venue, so we can get away with the odd little slip up. Public questions. In accordance with Procedure Rule 14, we will now deal with questions from members of the public. In accordance with the revised schedule, procedural rules, the Assistant Director of Legal and Democratic Services will read out the public questions received from members of the public who are not present. The relevant portfolio holder will respond to those questions. So we have received 6 questions, and the first one is from Terry Trickett. And Tim, you're going to read. Over to you.
Thank you. The recent Shropshire Council budget consultation gave residents 2 options for general waste collections. Both were 3 weekly collections. The summer months will inevitably result in malodorous waste and likely become a public health problem by attracting vermin including flies and rats. Based Hill residents' concerns are: 1, as the council no longer offer food waste collections, it is estimated that 27% of food waste now goes into general waste. 2, composting of food waste can be an alternative. Many in rural locations have tried this and it has been attracted vermin, so it is not viable. 3, families cannot request a larger bin as they do not meet the current criteria, yet 3 weekly collections will make it impossible to manage their general waste. 4, the Environment Act 2021 states that there is a legal requirement for councils to collect food waste weekly by the 31st of March 2026, and that this will ensure frequent collections of malodorous waste and will stop the trend towards 3 or 4 weekly bin collections. Therefore, my question is this: 1, what safeguards you have taken to respond to residents' concerns to protect the environment and public health by transferring to 3 weekly collections without the necessary weekly food waste collections, and how has this been published? 2, can the council reconsider this matter and at least wait until weekly food waste collections are introduced? And 3, can the criteria for allowing larger black bins be changed to include all families and those disposing waste associated with personal care?
Thank you, Tim. And the response is going to be from Councillor Ian Nellins, portfolio holder for climate change, environment and transport. Councillor Nellins.
Thank you very much for the question. This has been answered in public recently, but just to give a full answer, a move to 3 weekly collection of general waste in Shropshire will not be part of the council's budget for the year 25-26 and will not be considered until at least 26-27 financial year, with any changes only considered once plans for a new separate weekly food waste collection have been confirmed. After considering the feedback from the consultation and with all councils legally required to introduce weekly food wastes from 2026, Cabinet agreed not to consider changes to general waste collections until weekly food collections were introduced sometime in 26-27. The implementation of weekly food waste collections is currently being planned by the council. Any change to collection frequency will be subject to changes being agreed by the council's cabinet and full council, public consultation and discussions with Veolia, the waste contractor. The weekly food waste collection will be through a smaller separate bin emptied every week, so food waste will not need to go into your general waste bin. To reassure residents, if any change to the frequency of waste collections are to be considered before any new change will be implemented, measures will be considered to help residents with larger households who may struggle with the 3 weekly collection or have specific needs such as disposing of medical waste or nappies. Thank you.
Very much. The next question is from Caroline Mahi. I hope I've said that correctly.
Well, good morning, councillors. Thank you very much for allowing me to put this question to you. And it is about the regeneration of derelict properties in Shrewsbury Town Centre. As part of the Labour government's push to build 1.5 million homes, it has been reported in the press that landowners will be compelled to sell derelict sites, such as shops, car parks and office blocks, to local authorities at a fair price, excluding the so-called hope value. The House of Fraser building in the centre of Shrewsbury is, in my view, a prime example of a property calling out to be converted into apartments for rental or social housing right in the town centre, potentially with small retail shops on the ground floor and housing above. The increased footfall from such a project would be of great benefit to the town centre. Further examples ripe for compulsory purchase and conversion to housing are the former J.W. Thornton premises and the sewing machine centre at numbers 57 and 58 Wild Cop, which is one of the main entrances to the town. Their current derelict appearance certainly does not give a good impression to shoppers and visitors. To the best of my knowledge, all these buildings have been empty since at least 2019. At the same time, the number of homeless people requiring accommodation is growing. I therefore wish to ask whether the council has any plans for using its extended powers for regeneration to acquire these properties and put them into good use in the town centre, preferably for conversion to much needed homes. In the event that funding is a problem, I would inquire whether the council would investigate whether government funding would be available or to assist in such a scheme. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe the response is going to come from Councillor Chris Schofield, who is the portfolio holder for Planning and Regulatory Services. Councillor Schofield.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank Caroline for the question. Shropshire Council is actively monitoring the government's planning reforms. However, it is anticipated that many of the new powers that have been referred to in the press will require primary legislation via the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, which is expected to be introduced to Parliament next month. With regard to the two empty properties referred to in the question, the Council understands that the former Rackham's store in Shrewsbury has recently been acquired by a property developer. In terms of the J.W. Thornton premises at 57 and 58 Wild Cop, Shrewsbury, a developer is currently in the process of implementing their planning permission and listed building consent to convert the building to provide 8 new residential units. The Council is not therefore seeking to intervene at either of these properties at the current time and would normally seek only to do so as a last resort. The Council is also seeking to provide the new homes required in the county through the local plan making process so that this growth takes place in a planned manner. Officers also hold regular meetings with organisations such as Homes England and the West Midlands Combined Authority to ensure that we remain aware of the funding opportunities available to us to assist with the provision of new housing within Shropshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that response. Thank you.
The next question we have is from Victoria Moore. Tim, I believe you're going to read this one.
Yes, thank you. The question is this. I have lived in the Otley Road area for the last 6 years in new build houses on both the Sutton Grange estate and the Spinney Otley Gardens. These and other new building estates, including Tudor Park, Galliers and Sovereign Park, all of which built along Otley Road, have all suffered from the same issues. It's been at least 2 years or more since developers have left, yet we are all having issues, including no football parking signs and wanting permits for match days, issues with street lights and roads and more dog poo bins, especially by the Quarry Park Walk. All of which are being reported on Fix My Street, like we are told to do, but aren't being done as they are yet to be adopted, and the developers don't seem to want to know either. We are all paying full council tax yet we are not getting the service. When will Shropshire Council take over adoption of these estates?
Thank you. And I believe that the response is going to come once again from Councillor Chris Schofield. Councillor Schofield.
Thank you, Chair. In response to I thank Victoria for the question. In response to the concerns raised, there are a number of developments within the vicinity of Otley Road at different stages of the construction and adoption process. Shropshire Council officers are working with the individual developers to move forward with the adoption. It remains Shropshire Council's intention to adopt the roads, footways and street lighting within all developments. There has been positive engagement with all developers regarding moving the adoption process forward. With regard to the Sutton Grange development, Taylor Wimpey have recently undertaken surfacing works to bring the roads up to an adoptable standard. The adoption of Sutton Grange and all sites are dependent on the adoption of the sewers located beneath the areas to be adopted. We are in regular contact with representatives from Miller's Homes with regard to their sites. The spinney constructed by Bellway Homes has just been placed on 12 months maintenance, so it is likely to be adopted within the next 12 to 18 months. Other sites located to the west of Otley Road are being progressed in close partnership with Land Improvement Holdings, who are the master developer for the Shrewsbury South extension. Residents requiring an update on the adoption of any development can contact Highways Development at shropshire.gov.uk. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Our next question is from John Moore. And once again, Tim Collard is going to read it. Tim.
Question is this. The council recently ran a trial to restrict access to Springfield and Mearside areas of Sutton Farm during school drop-off and pick-up for Mearside school hours. This ended on the 24th of December, yet there has been no confirmation regarding whether the scheme will continue, and if so, if any changes will be made based on feedback from residents. Please can the council confirm what the results of the trial were and what the future plans are?
Thank you. And I believe the reply this time is going to come from the portfolio holder for children education, Councillor Kirsty Hurst-Knight.
Thank you for your question, Mr Moore. Shropshire Council's Cabinet recommended the proposal for a school streets trial at its Cabinet meeting on the 19th of October 2022. The public consultation ran online for the school street in Shrewsbury between the 17th of June 2024 and the 24th of December 2024. Members of the public were invited to express their support, raise an objection or pass comments on the proposals. All plans were available to be viewed online and at Shrewsbury Library. A total of 64 responses were received to the consultation. In summary, there were a total of 29 respondents who lodged objections, 45.31%, and 2 respondents who supported the scheme, 3.1%. But in addition, there was a total of 33 comments around the scheme that were received. It is accepted that the closure of the road surrounding Mearside Primary has caused some inconvenience to residents and parents and carers. However, it is important to consider that the aim of the scheme is to create a safer environment outside the primary school, which prior to the induction of the child faced difficulties with inconsiderate parking by parents and carers. As part of the scheme, exemption permits have been granted to residents within the zone and individual meeting the criteria, including blue badge holders, school staff and carers. Automatic exemptions are also granted to emergency vehicles, waste collections, taxi, public transport services, Royal Mail vehicles and wedding convoys or funeral cortèges. Excuse me. It is also important to note that the scheme is supported by Councillor Dartnell and the school's head teacher. The Sustainable Travel team will continue to work with the school on travel planning and have offered WOW Tracker travel tracker and scootability and bikeability training to support pupils and families to make the switch to sustainable and safe travel. The school are also eligible to receive Shropshire Council's free Our Journey virtual road safety education programme. The objections received are not regarded to be complex and as part of the process are currently being considered by the Assistant Director of Growth and Infrastructure to make the experimental order permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I've just about heard you finishing there. So the next question is from Shawnee Connor. Shawnee.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to ask you this question. I would like to ask, on behalf of Market Drayton residents, what enforcement measures are in place to prevent illegal pavement parking which obstructs pedestrian access, including for wheelchair users and parents with prams, and are there any plans for stricter enforcement or additional signage to deter this issue?
Very much, and the response is going to come from Councillor Dan Morris, who is the portfolio holder for highways. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Shawnee, for your question. The current position within Shropshire is that where we have parking restrictions that are covered by a valid traffic regulation order, we are able to take civil enforcement action via the issuing of a penalty charge notice against any vehicle in contravention of the TRO, even if the vehicle is on the footway, pavement or verge, as the majority of the council's TROs cover from the centre of the carriageway to the rear of the highway boundary, which would include the pavement, footways and verges. In locations where parking restrictions do not exist, then the council parking team are unable to enforce the parking of a vehicle on the pavement, and the only course of action would be the consideration of whether a criminal offence of willful obstruction of the highway exists. And this is often a course of action undertaken by the police, as this is a criminal matter rather than a civil parking contravention. It should be noted that central government have consulted upon and are currently considering whether or not to introduce legislative provisions that could see an introduction of UK-wide footway/pavement parking bans, and we await to see the outcome of any decision. Where such provisions are introduced, then the council will need to give consideration to adopting those powers where appropriate, especially in areas where parking restrictions are not in existence.
Thank you.
Thank you for that response.
And question 6 is from Mr. Frank Oldacre. Tim.
The total estimated cost of the North West Relief Road is made up of the estimated cost for the Oxon Link section from Churncote to Holyhead Road, added to the separate figure for the remainder from Holyhead Road to Battlefields. Comparing the estimates in 2019 with the current figures, it seems extraordinary that the estimated cost of the Oxon Link has increased by a factor of 3.5, whereas for the remainder it has only increased by a factor of 1.8. Even allowing for design changes, this disparity is difficult to understand, so can an explanation please be given? Also, since 2019, the risk from extreme weather events has become ever clearer, and a significant amount of work would be in the flood-prone Severn Valley. Can clarification of the percentage figures used for contingencies please be given, both for the high-risk work in the flood zone and for the rest of the project?
Thank you. And the response is once again going to come from Councillor Dan Morris as the portfolio holder for highways. Councillor Morris.
Thank you for your question, Frank. The target cost for both sections of the Shrewsbury North West Relief Road is based on full open market testing with potential contractors and the supply chain through a comprehensive procurement process. As such, this is robust and deliverable and is also reflected in the Council's wider published budgets. Cost estimates around risk and contingencies for the construction of the road were a required element of the pricing approach from the market, and these have been fully captured in their target cost submissions.
Thank you. Okay, so we will now move on to a petition bearing over 1,000 signatures, which has been received from Mr. Hugh Rees, requesting a debate under the Council's petition scheme. The petition requests that the Council uphold the Listed Buildings Act of 1990 to restore the new market buildings, a Grade 2 listed building in Bridgnorth, which has fallen into a dangerous state of disrepair. So I'm not going to say anything more. I'm going to ask Mr. Hugh Rees to present his petition, please.
Good morning all. Shropshire is known for its many well-preserved market towns. During the 1800s, our markets increasingly moved indoors, housed within market halls that quickly became local landmarks. Many will know Shrewsbury Market Hall's Victorian predecessor was demolished in the 60s, and whilst Bridgnorth's still stands, it needs Shropshire Council's help. Bridgnorth's new market buildings were completed in 1859 and given Grade 2 listed status in 1987. It sits in a prominent position at the end of Bridgnorth High Street, and whilst the current owner planned to turn the building into a hotel over a decade ago, plans fell through and the building has been 90% empty ever since. Due to this extended period of disuse, the building has decayed and is now in a dangerous condition. I have therefore initiated a petition to save the building, which is supported by close to 1,600 Shropshire residents, along with Bridgnorth Town Council and South Shropshire MP Stuart Anderson. The Victorian Society and Bridgnorth Civic Society have also given their support. Concerns were raised to Shropshire Council by a local resident in 2018 after they spotted a large hole in the roof of the Newmarket buildings. Shropshire Council carried out an inspection soon after and made notes of the roof damage, which they ordered the owner to repair. It is my understanding that the owner did not do so, and so Shropshire Council undertook repairs themselves to make the building safe. This work involved erecting scaffolding and boarding up windows and doors, and whilst I understand that Shropshire Council contacted the owner again in early 2024, no further repairs have been made. I believe this shows how the owner is not open to cooperation. As of February 2025, there is strong evidence of neglect to the building, with the hole in the roof still open to the elements. There is evidence of brickwork falling onto the pavement below, whilst there is also a significant vermin problem. Of greater concern is an unstable wall towards the back of the building, currently being supported by scaffolding. This is a temporary fix that will not hold forever, and collapse could result in injuries and the closure of Lisley Street and Poston Gate. This would cut off the high street to through traffic and cause significant economic damage to the town. Shropshire Council is required to maintain the safety of the highway, but these issues put the safety of the highway at risk. As the building is both listed and within a conservation area, it is protected under the Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990. It is my understanding that this Act holds both the owner of the building and the local authority responsible for the building's upkeep. The Act stipulates that listed buildings must be kept in good condition, and if either the owner or the local authority is found to be aware of neglect and fails to take prompt action to rectify it, they are then in breach of the Act. I would therefore like to highlight that Shropshire Council does have a legal duty to take action. My petition calls on Shropshire Council to use their powers under the Act to bring the building back into good condition. One option is to issue an urgent works notice to the owner, ordering them to carry out repairs. This approach was unsuccessful in 2018, however, so I believe other options need to be explored. Under the Act, Shropshire Council has the power to force the owner to sell the building if there is evidence of neglect. Shropshire Council could then take ownership themselves. There is recent precedent for this, with Shropshire Council taking possession of Oswestry train station in 2023. It is my understanding that Shropshire Council are spending £270,000 on restoring the station, whilst £630,000 of central government funding has also been awarded, showing that funding can be found. Bridgnorth's new market building was, of course, built to house an indoor market, but I would highlight that when it was built, the outdoor market holders refused to move inside. Resurrecting the building as an indoor market would likely run into the same hurdle again, and with many shops already sat empty on the high street, the town may not benefit from more commercial space. High streets are changing, so I believe the building would work best as a multi-use community hub. The building is large and spacious, so it could offer huge benefits to the town if taken back into public ownership. For example, it could contain a relocated library and youth centre, freeing up the current library and youth centre sites for alternative creative uses. Going forward, I hope that Shropshire Council will engage with me and the nearly 1,600 residents who signed my petition and urgently agree a way forward that prioritises safety and the protection of one of Shropshire's most unique buildings before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. Well spoken and extremely well timed. So I'm now going to ask the relevant portfolio holder, Councillor Dean Carroll, to reply, and then we will have a debate, and then there are. Oh, yeah, all right. Okay. Dean, you'll come in at the end when you've heard the debate. 15 Rosemary.
Thank you.
It's restricted to 15 minutes. Please be mindful of that.
Thank you. I'm sure we're all grateful to Mr. Rees, the Victorian Society and the people of Bridgnorth for bringing this unacceptable situation to the attention of the public and Shropshire Council. It is clear that this beautiful historic High Street building, perhaps I should say once beautiful, has meaningful architectural and historic value. It must be saved from ongoing decline. It is also clear that Shropshire Council must get involved with urgency to make good the collapsing wall and repair the roof. But costly, uneconomical stopgap measures are not enough. Mr. Rees mentioned that similar urgent repairs were carried out in 2018 at Council's expense. How much did that cost? And has the owner fully reimbursed Shropshire Council for work needed that was carried out on their behalf? Decisive action is required. I urge the Council to halt the decline and use the Listing Buildings Act to start proceedings to bring this neglected landmark into public ownership. Looking for public funding, obviously, and considering Mr. Rees's excellent suggestion of a community hub.
Thank you. Councillor Kirsty Hurst-Knight.
As a local member for Bridgnorth West, this building actually sits right on the boundary. Sorry, east sits on the boundary for east and west, so it's both Bridgnorth divisions that would be affected. I'm glad that it's been brought up that Shropshire Council have already intervened with a significant charge on the property and works already taken out. It is a beautiful grand building at the end of the High Street. We're very lucky. Doing a plug, come and visit Bridgnorth. We've got one end, the historic Northgate, bang literally in the middle of the road, the town hall, and then Newmarket buildings. If you wonder where I'm going with this, I'll try and explain. Through the work that I chair with the Bridgnorth Partnership Group, my plea moving forward with anybody that takes this up is speak to all stakeholders, because we've done a significant amount of work on the town hall with our economic growth team. So I'm glad that there's been a suggestion of a business case, because it needs to be a robust business case that will work for the town, which is really important. So my plea is support this, but also look at the strong business case and work with all stakeholders, because they will bring more to the table than just a single voice. Thank you.
Okay. Looking around the room, does anybody else wish to? Roger. I was mainly looking at you, Roger, because I thought you probably would.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just waiting to see if there's anybody from that area in Bridgnorth wish to speak. But I do congratulate Mr. Rees, and I congratulate him on his discussion on Radio Shropshire this morning. History is important. Shropshire and Shrewsbury and all the other towns and villages do have items of interest which are important to the local community. But I asked the question, and I'd like to know from the portfolio holder, is the expertise available now within the council after the extensive reduction in staff and the leaner model, which is now in operation at this council? And I also note that the owner, again, according to Radio Shropshire, lives outside the county. Is the council in contact with the owner, please?
Thank you. I've got Councillor Andy Waddington.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, a brief point that, as we see everywhere in the county, heritage drives part of our economy. It's not just community use, but having castles, having historic buildings, think of the flax mill, and it drives the economy. And it's very, very important in this county, probably more than in many others. So this sort of project, if we can support it, should be supported so that we preserve heritage and it doesn't get knocked down, which would be horrific.
Thank you. I'm not sure it can be knocked down as a listed building, but I don't disagree. Councillor Christian Lee.
Yes, can I say that I full-heartedly agree with what's been said already by Councillor Kirsty Hurst-Knight. It is a very important building in Bridgnorth, and I do feel that something needs to be done about improving the overall condition of this building before it's too late. You know, I just feel we need to grasp the nettle and get something done about improving the overall condition of this property and putting it to good use for the benefit of the local community.
Thank you. Councillor Leslie Picton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, the one thing that I would say is that I would urge the petitioner and also the residents of Bridgnorth to think long and hard about what they want this building to be used for, because the biggest problem we have with our heritage assets is when there is no end use. And for those of us who've been around Shrewsbury for some time, you know, we've only got to look at the situation with Rowley's house. If you haven't got an end use, it becomes really, really difficult. There are lots of opportunities for that building. I truly believe there are, but one of the problems is dealing when it's in a private ownership. We had the luxury with the old Market Hall in Shrewsbury that it was in council ownership, and we were able to turn that into the thriving facility that it is today. But the difficulty we will always have is when we are dealing with private owners. But I too congratulate the petitioner. I think he spoke very well today and on the radio. Thank you.
Okay, well, I haven't got anybody else on my list, so I am now going to Councillor Dean Carroll.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Hugh, for bringing the petition before us today. It is an important and quite stunningly beautiful building in the heart of Bridgnorth, and it does deserve, as has been said, protection and care. Now, just before I come on to the exact petition, just to answer a couple of the questions that have been raised in the course of the debate. The process of recovering the money that Shropshire Council have expended in order to make safety work to the building is done by placing a charge on the building, which will be recovered on sale. So we wouldn't expect a refund to be paid until the freehold of the building is sold. In terms of Roger's question, sorry, Councillor Evans's question about expertise within the council, we have a fantastic historic environment and building control team headed up by Andy Wigley. I have full and total confidence in them, as they are the team that have also been leading on the Cambrian Railway building in Oswestry, as has been mentioned, the White Horse in Wem, Rowley's house in Shrewsbury, and others. They're a fantastic team, but they also know that they have the support to bring in specific skill sets that we otherwise would never have use for as and when they need them. In terms of contact with the owner, Shropshire Council has been in dialogue mainly through the owner's agents about the condition of the building. That did result, as has been said, in 2018 in some works, urgent works being done. Those works have stopped. We have continued to be in dialogue with the agent, but haven't been able to drive that forward. What I would say about contact with the owner is actually one very important stakeholder in the scenario has managed to strike up a regular engagement with the owner, and that is the local Member of Parliament, Stuart Anderson, who we are hoping moving forward to use as a conduit through which we can re-engage the owner more usefully than has been managed in the last couple of years. Now, coming on to the petition itself, some reference has been made specifically to the Cambrian Railway building in Oswestry. What I would say on that is that building was already within Shropshire Council's freehold ownership. All we did there was buy back or buy out the occupants of the lease. So that was a slightly different scenario. And of course, with compulsory purchase order powers, not only do we have to pay above market value, but we also have to be able to demonstrate to the satisfaction of a court that we have a purpose in mind for the building, which, as it stands at the moment, we don't have. I appreciate some of the ideas that have been brought forward, and I am aware through the local community and through the local councils and through the Member of Parliament that there are some other ideas that could potentially have merit in moving forward with this building. But it would be premature at this stage to say that we're in a position to force the sale of the building until we've exhausted all other options to try and get the building's condition turned around in private ownership, and B, developed beyond any question of doubt or debate what our plan for the future of the building would be. Now, we do have several options available to us as a local authority as to how we respond to a petition. And there is one particular response that I think is the most appropriate in this scenario. And that is that I propose that we respond by holding a meeting with the petitioners, but not just with the petitioners, with the other relevant stakeholders in the local area, which includes the town council, it includes the Bridge North Partnership, and most crucially of all, because this is our conduit into the current owner, with the local member of parliament. So that will be my proposal for how we respond to the petition, that we hold a meeting with the petitioners and stakeholders, including town council, partnership, and the local member of parliament, as bringing everybody together will be how we manage to drive this forward and how we manage to engage successfully with the owner and resolve the future, the long-term future and sustainability of this beautiful building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, Mr. Rees, thank you very much. You have heard the response of the portfolio holder and his recommendation. We'll now take a vote on whether we're going to accept that recommendation. All those please show. I'm not going to answer any abstentions, or because I think that pretty well that's unanimous. Although it is, because I'm a bit lower, it's hard to see all the hands and folks. So I apologise if I miss you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, we will move on to item 6, member questions. Member questions are allowed in accordance with procedural 15.6. Questions have been received from Councillors Harris, Wilson, Allcroft, Mosley, Dartnell and Phasma. I will ask each questioner in turn to read out their question, and the relevant portfolio holder will give a response. The member will then have an opportunity to give a supplementary question. So we will start then with the question from Councillor Simon Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read my question. I would like to congratulate the portfolio holder for obtaining extra funding to assist with caring for Shropshire's rough sleepers this winter. However, I would be grateful for some clarity when it comes to reporting numbers, as the media, and even at times the council communications team, seems to conflate homelessness and rough sleeping. So, as at the 31st of December 2024, 1, how many individual adults are registered on Home Point? That is to say, looking for council supported accommodation. 2, within this number, how many individuals are classified as homeless? That is to say, living in temporary council provided accommodation, such as hostels, B&Bs, hotels, etc. 3, how many individual adults are considered actually as rough sleeping? That is to say, not having any shelter overnight. I would be grateful if the portfolio holder would also explain why the severe weather emergency protocol only kicks in at 0 degrees centigrade, when it is still bitterly cold at, say, 5 degrees centigrade. Furthermore, could the protocol actually kick in at times when there's heavy rain during storms? So, 1, how many individuals are registered on Home Point? Sorry, this is a repetition because I think the answer just has cut and pasted my question. So I'm sure you'll deal with that, Dean. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for not sharing the questions with us again. Always important, particularly in lengthy meetings like I'm sure this one's going to be. So I'm going to go to Councillor Dean Carroll as the relevant portfolio holder for a reply.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Harris, for the question. I am afraid that it is rather a lengthy reply, but there is a lot to say about this very important part of the council's work. In terms of question 1, how many individual adults are registered on Home Point? We cannot report individual adults as we record households. The data in the table below are the number of households, not individual people. It is also worth mentioning that social housing is not solely Shropshire Council's housing, and a number of registered providers, as in housing associations, operate stock within the Shropshire area. As of the 1st of January this year, the numbers are in the sheet below. I don't intend to read the whole table out, but this information is updated monthly and published on the Home Point website. It can be found at the link that's provided in the answer. The criteria for banding can be found also in the allocations policy, which is also linked in the answer provided. And it is worth noting that bands 1A to 5 are for people in need. Those in bands 6 or 7 either have no local connection or have the financial means above the threshold, meaning we believe they can source their own solution. Just to summarise the figures that are in the table, the total number of people registered on Home Point currently is 8,427. The total number in bands 1A to 5, that is the bands of people who are in need, is 3,325. In terms of question 2, within the number, how many individuals are classified as homeless? We cannot report individuals once again as we report in households. However, the details below are the number of people in temporary accommodation broken down by the self-contained units or bed and breakfast placements. As of the 3rd of January, we had 140 households in temporary accommodation units and 93 in bed and breakfast provision. Most of the households in bed and breakfast are 1 or 2 person households, adults, and the majority of households in temporary accommodation units are families. We opened the tannery scheme in January and are slowly building that to capacity. This scheme has capacity for 60 single adults, so will significantly reduce our bed and breakfast numbers over the next few weeks. Further to the tannery, we also have Coton Hill House with 25 bed spaces, the parish rooms with 12 bed spaces, and 70 Castle Foregate Shrewsbury with 10 bed spaces coming online within the next 6 months, which will also reduce our bed and breakfast numbers. Data on the number of households local authorities have in temporary accommodation can be found at the link provided in the answer. In terms of question 3, how many individuals are considered as rough sleeping? All local authorities must complete an estimate of their rough sleeping numbers in November of each year. This involves teams physically being out overnight to count the number of people bedded down. This number is used to understand whether areas have an increase or decrease in numbers annually. In November 2024, Shropshire's rough sleeper estimate based on that count was 21 individuals. However, the rough sleeper team meet with partners weekly to understand the number of individuals known to be rough sleeping weekly. As of the 31st of December 2024, there were 18 known individuals sleeping rough in Shropshire. The data for the annual rough sleeper estimate across all local authorities can also be found at the link provided in the answer. Finally, in terms of your 4th question about the severe weather emergency protocol, the definition of severe weather emergency protocol, or SWEP, is defined by government. It is generally determined to be a locally agreed procedure to minimise harm or death to anyone who may be sleeping rough in severe weather, through the provision of emergency accommodation. Although we talk about it a lot during winter due to the cold weather alerts, we have SWEP in place all year round and is activated during extreme hot weather, flooding and storms. Shropshire does not just operate SWEP during cold weather. It is also relevant to note that SWEP may be called in some areas of the UK and not in others due to differing climate elements. Currently, Shropshire Council's rough sleeper team are operating a nightly winter provision. This is being supported by our partners in Shrewsbury Arc, who we are funding via winter pressure funding we receive from government to utilise their building. This means we can offer nightly shelter to any verified rough sleepers up until the end of March 2025. The Council Rough Sleeper team is leading on this and being supported by partners such as the ARC and Reset. To date, we have managed to rehouse 2 rough sleepers via this provision, as we are able to provide more intense support than normal. On average, we are having 10 plus individuals access this every night, and support provided is bed, warm food and drinks, access to shower or wash facilities, and support to talk through any issues and or housing support. More information can be found on the link provided in the answer. SWEP is manned on a voluntary basis and support is provided by several other housing staff and partners. The team would always welcome volunteers from elected members if people wish to assist, as I have done on numerous occasions over the past 8 years. If anyone is interested, you can please contact the team and the email address is at the end of the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. I was just about to intercede, but didn't need to. So, Thank you very much. Councillor Harris, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I don't, and I'm grateful for the clarity on the difference between homelessness, rough sleeping. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Rob Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shelton Road in the vicinity of the busy pedestrian crossing was repaired on the evening of Monday the 13th of January with an emergency road closure. A number of defects were not repaired at that time, and the work that was carried out failed within a few days. Since then, the road has deteriorated further, making it dangerous for all road users. Despite me trying to seek updates from officers in the highways and the portfolio holder, none have been received. Residents are rightly frustrated that over a month ago, repairs were deemed urgent, but now the road is in a worse state. Nothing is being done. Surely this section of road should now be fully resurfaced.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Morris is the portfolio holder for highways.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wilson. The carriageway surface in the vicinity of the crossing on Shelton Road, Shrewsbury, is experiencing rapid deterioration. The affected area once had a high friction surface, which can sometimes accelerate deterioration due to the additional pressure this applies to the carriageway. Any intervention in the area has been a temporary risk-based intervention to reduce risk to the public. The failure in this area has meant achieving even a temporary repair very difficult. This location is being regularly monitored and has been swept to help reduce the amount of loose material at this location. I am delighted to confirm that the entire crossing has been scoped and will feature in the forthcoming 25-26 Highways Capital Programme with the earliest start possible, likely to be aligned with the school holiday.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Have you got a supplementary question?
I just say on behalf of the residents of Copthorne, thank you for that answer, and I hope it was completed as soon as possible.
Good. The next question is from Councillor Roy Aldcroft. Councillor Aldcroft.
Thank you, Chairman. There are 3 trailers which have been abandoned, 2 on the A53 between Shawbury and Market Drayton, and 1 between Turnhill and the Bletchley bypass. Police and Environment Agency were supposed to be investigating the issue as a criminal act by organised crime gangs. It has got to be getting on for 8 months now, and all 3 are still there. The tyres are nearly flat, bits of trailers are falling apart, and whatever rubbish is inside is a potential hazard. With these trailers parked up in regularly used HGV rest spots, it's also preventing HGV drivers from taking their legal break. All of these trailers have been vandalised, some with panels hanging off. If they become detached in heavy winds, they will present a hazard to other road users. Can I have an assurance from the portfolio holder that this issue is being dealt with? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dan Morris again. This fits within your portfolio holder of highways.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Aldcroft. We are aware of the 3 abandoned trailers located on the A53 between Shawbury and Market Drayton, and on the stretch between Turnhill and the Bletchley bypass. These trailers have been under investigation by West Mercia Police and the Environment Agency as part of a criminal act by organised crime gangs. We are currently taking legal advice on our options, including the cost of removal, which could be as much as £10,000 per trailer. There is one owner who has acknowledged ownership, but has informed the Environment Agency that he can't afford to collect it and does not want it back. The remaining trailers belong to the gang responsible for abandoning them. The investigation by the police and the Environment Agency is now complete. We are monitoring the situation and we are working to see if we can get them emptied before moving them. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, and we will continue to pursue a resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Aldcroft. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, if I may, just to get some type of timescale as to when action may be taken to actually remove these trailers, and is this being seen now as a new form of fly tipping? Chair.
Thank you.
I will.
Are you able to answer that, or will you need to get back to him?
I will get back to Councillor Aldcroft on both those points.
All right. No point answering if you don't know. Okay, the next question I have is from Councillor Pam Mosley. Pam.
Thank you, Chair. Planning consent for the housing development at Weir Hill in Shrewsbury was granted in August 2018, including a Section 106 agreement for a new road layout at the Belvedere Road and Rail Bridge on Belvedere Road. This was to mitigate the anticipated additional traffic to be generated. After that, I discussed options with the highway officer responsible, including a draft consultation which was prepared for residents in October 2021. A different highway engineer was then assigned to the scheme in 2022, and a temporary, in inverted commas, barrier and stop line were installed in early 2020, and these remain in place over 5 years later. In late 2024, over 6 years since granted planning consent, and frustrated by the lack of progress, I asked the Chief Executive to investigate, and this led to a subsequent meeting with the then Director of Place and the highway engineer concerned, who began discussions with Network Rail, but without any resolution. Both those officers have now left the authority and both left with little notice. In early January, I sought to find out who is now responsible for the scheme, but have yet to be informed. Around £250,000 was allocated to the scheme from the developers, and over £35,000 of this has already been spent on fees. Construction costs have increased significantly during this period, and I am very concerned that improvements here will not be viable, especially as there is no agreed scheme as yet. Traffic here has increased because of the Weir Hill development, and this heavily used bridge, especially by school children walking to several local schools, needs to be made safer. Local residents both need and deserve improvements. Can the portfolio holder please explain what is happening?
Thank you, Councillor Mosley. And the response will be from Councillor Chris Schofield as the relevant portfolio holder. Councillor Schofield.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question, Pam. We understand the frustration caused by delays and share your concerns about traffic management and pedestrian safety. The officer leading on this project has recently left the authority and all projects have been reviewed. The above scheme involves work on a network rail asset, and all works require their approval. Despite engagements starting in late 2022, progress has been difficult and additional requirements have been introduced. Network Rail have mandated increasing the bridge parapet height as part of their suicide prevention strategy, which was not part of the original agreement and has complicated matters. In September 2024, our consultant WSP was ready to proceed with the footway widening and priority traffic system, but did not receive the necessary instructions to proceed, leaving the project in limbo. There are a number of key risks which have been identified, namely construction risks, liability issues, which need to be understood fully. At this stage, we are currently reviewing these risks and solutions, and we will be providing an update as soon as possible. We appreciate your patience and your ongoing advocacy for this issue. While the complexities have caused delays, we are committed to prioritising pedestrian safety and addressing traffic concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mosley. Have you got a supplementary question?
Thank you very much for the answer. Many of those issues I was aware of. Could you be any more firm on timescales on this, please?
I will get back to Councillor.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from Councillor Rosemary Dartlaw. Rosemary.
Thank you, Chair. A new toucan crossing was installed at pace on Otley Road. Without local members' knowledge, there was no public consultation. There remain long-standing needs for safe crossings in residential areas nearby. The request came from the police, concerned for the safety of those leaving Crowd Meadow after football matches. The new crossing has been badly implemented, in itself creating two serious public safety hazards. An eastbound cyclist death trap. The central island takes up 3 metres of road width, causing car drivers to veer to the left, exactly where cyclists are directed onto the carriageway. The road here is too narrow to safely accommodate cars, buses and trucks alongside cyclists. The mass exodus at Match End causes a queue waiting to use the new crossing. When the light is green, a large swathe of people fill the central island to wait for the red light to change green on the other carriageway so they can cross the north section. This leaves a column of people behind on the road, presenting another danger. The lights on each side of the road must be coordinated to work together so that people can cross safely and move quickly away from the crossing. The cyclist danger was first reported on the 4th of December. Mitigations have not worked. This is an urgent matter entirely created by Highways actions. Can the portfolio holder please acknowledge this huge error and confirm what urgent action will be taken and when?
Thank you. Councillor Morris, as a relevant portfolio holder, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you, Councillor Dartnell, for your question. We would like to apologise to the local members for the area if they feel insufficient consultation was undertaken in relation to the installation of the crossing. Their comments are noted. Statutory consultation under the Section 23 of the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984 was undertaken between the 18th of July 2024 and the 8th of August 2024 to give notice of the proposed crossing. Only representations from West Mercia Police was received. In relation to the concerns raised regarding cycle safety, we are looking to implement additional measures to address these concerns. Works will be scheduled at the earliest opportunity. We do not currently have a start date for completion, but Shropshire Council officers are happy to keep Councillor Dartnell and other local members updated as appropriate. In relation to the use of the crossing following a football match, the sequencing and the timing of the crossing will be reviewed and adjusted as appropriate. The comments regarding timing are noted, and we will continue to monitor this over the coming weeks and make any necessary changes that are deemed appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Dartmouth, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Morris, for the reply. I just wanted to ask two things, really. One, if you could be more specific about time, because I do believe this is very urgent, but also to ask, as I have done in previous emails, simply to divert cyclists on to remain on the path, as in fact there is a sign on the other side of the road that does the very same thing in the meantime until this dreadful situation for cyclists is sorted out.
Okay, so one question and one suggestion.
I mean, yeah, your comments are noted. The officers are aware of the urgency with this. This needs to be treated, and as I said in the initial reply, they are very happy to keep you updated as soon as they have timescales.
Okay. Yep. So the next question is from Councillor David Vasmer.
Thank you, Chair. Recent press stories state the council shared excerpts from the full business case on the North West Relief Road with external stakeholders, including Joe Williams, CEO of the Shrewsbury and Telford Hospital Trust. This occurred prior to these stakeholders announcing their support for the scheme in January 2025. Councillor Dan Morris told Highways magazine that, quote, these stakeholders have been shown excerpts from the traffic collision and journey time modelling that has been undertaken as part of the full business case, close quote. The story stated 24th of January was headlined, Council gains stakeholder support for a road scheme using confidential data. Please can the Council, 1, explain why confidential data from the full business case was shared with external stakeholders before it had been seen by the Northern Planning Committee, full council or public. 2, share this data immediately with councillors and the public via the planning portal. And 3, explaining what legal advice it has been given around the decision to share excerpts from the full business case. I might add that about 3 minutes ago, the full business case was published, and I would like some explanation as to why it's been published at this time, at this meeting, without prior knowledge and without people being told what
Thank you. Thank you.
It is an outrage.
I take it that's your supplementary question then, is it? That you've just put in
Oh, it's
front,
not my
so
supplementary question.
There you go. Then let's stick to the question as put in the papers for now. Okay. So,
thank you, Councillor Vasmer, for your question. Firstly, I want to be clear that the Council discusses a range of issues with various stakeholders throughout any given year. It would frankly be bizarre if we had not discussed something as important as the North West Relief Road with different organisations such as the NHS Trust and the fire services. The data recently discussed with stakeholders around traffic modelling was based on the original information supporting the North West Relief Road full planning application. This information has been in the public domain since 2021 and is fully aligned with the information considered by the Northern Planning Committee. The full business case preparation process is a requirement of the DFT only, as opposed to the planning process as a main funder for the road. In all cases, on schemes such as this, it is only then submitted for their approval in line with the DFT guidance following the planning decision. The Council has now published the draft full business case of the North West Relief Road and expects to be submitting it formally to the DFT following full Council approval to do so in due course.
Thank you. Roger, no. No, Roger, no. This is Councillor David Vasmer's question. I'm now going to go back to him.
I understand, Chairman. I'm raising a point of order after Councillor Vasmer has asked his supplementary.
Yeah, by all means, but make sure you can substantiate it, because I know point of orders are a methodology that's we thought I'd seen the last of, but there you go. Councillor Vasmer, supplementary question.
Thank you, Chair. This is the 6th time that the full business case has been told we would have it at Council, and it's then not been withdrawn. And I think it highly inappropriate for the full business case to be published while we actually are in session. I would like an explanation from the portfolio holder as to why that decision was taken, why the draft business case, full business case, wasn't shared with councillors and members of the public before, and why it was obviously given other people were given prior knowledge of the full business case without the knowledge of councillors or others who are interested in this particular issue.
Okay, thank you. So it was your.
I mean, I've already answered part of that question by saying it would be bizarre not to share with key stakeholders, including the fire service and the NHS, who clearly want the road to be built anyway. But nevertheless, we shared that with it, and like I say, it would be silly not to have done that. With regard to the publication of the full business case, when it goes before council, you will have a chance to vote on it. And really, you've had with this publication now, you've got a good chance to go through it and have a look and see what you like and what you don't like of it.
Okay, Roger, what's your point of order? It's either going to be procedural or a legal point. If not, I'm not going to take it. So,
point of order, Chairman, if I may.
You may, which is what I've just said.
Point of order, Chairman, if I may speak without being interrupted. Point of order, Chairman, if I may speak, please, is that in the light of this publication just now, I would wish to ask an emergency question of the Chief Executive. Was he aware that this was going to be published at the start of this meeting when members are all here now, and I have been assured by him that the full business case for the North West Relief Road would not come before council until after the May elections, yet here it is,
Roger,
7 weeks away.
Roger,
was the Chief Executive aware?
Roger, I'm going to stop you now. I'm not entirely sure that that's a relevant point of order in the sense of within the Constitution. However, you've asked your question. I'm not going to allow you to make a party political broadcast on the back of it. Your question's been asked. I will ask the Chief Executive if he has an answer for you or if he needs to get back to you. And then you'll have asked the extra question that you wanted to ask. And I think that's fair. That's a win-win. You've had a bit, I've had a bit. Chief Executive, if you can answer it.
I'll do my best in terms of answering the question about whether the full business case would be heard at council before May. I responded that it would not be heard at full council before May, and that's correct. In terms of the publication of this, my understanding that it was to be published this morning. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Everybody's happy. So, that said, or as happy as they can be anyway, we will move on. And we will move on to item 7, which is the financial strategy for 25-26 to 29-30, including the capital strategy and council tax resolution. I will remind members that it is the law that a recorded vote must be taken in relation to budget and council tax items under the legislation item 6. I am aware, Rosemary, that you are going to propose an amendment, but I will let Leslie Picton make the proposal. I will then go to the seconder, and then I will take your amendment thereafter. Okay, so everybody's hopefully on the same page as me. So, Councillor Leslie Picton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. Local government finances in England are under severe pressure like never before. Reductions in grant funding, increases in the scale and complexity of service demand, spikes in inflation and wage costs have created the perfect storm. And whilst there have been increases in the overall funding for local government, it has not reached all councils. There comes a moment when the lines of income and demand diverge so much that the gap becomes unbridgeable. For many councils, those lines have been breached. Last year, 19 councils asked for exceptional financial support to cover in-year revenue deficits. And last week, another 30 councils, including us, were granted financial support. We asked for short-term help to cover our transformation costs until we complete some asset sales. But for some councils, this is their second or even third year of asking for support to balance their revenue budget for the end of the year and monies for next. This funding is not a gift, it is a loan which must be repaid. And as some councils are finding out, what happens the following year? Because this funding only fills the gap temporarily. The Local Government Association have recently responded to the government's fairer funding review and highlighted that councils could face a gap of more than £8 billion by 28-29. There are no signs that demand in the areas of social care or temporary housing will decrease, but specifically the increase in SEND costs and SEND transport is rising faster than most other services, and the potential removal of the SEND cap will absolutely cause chaos across the county and unitary sector, although perhaps somewhat ironically, not for us. As I turn to our own financial situation, this administration started as COVID was on the decline. Within a few months, not only were we dealing with the aftermath of COVID, but also the war in Ukraine and high inflation. In our first year, it was very clear that there was a significant need for us to reduce our expenditure. Despite the need to reduce costs, the first decision we made was to actually invest further into prevention and commence a genuine transformation programme. We knew that the only way to secure our financial position was to reduce expenditure and be in charge of our own destiny. But one thing was paramount: to look for ways of reducing costs as well as trying to protect frontline services. A tall order, but I will argue that this is exactly what we have done. Over the period of this administration, we have had to make savings of over £103 million, and we have plans in place for a further 38 million. Unlike many other councils in a similar position, we have not undertaken a wholesale closure of libraries, of leisure centres, of day centres, of the arts, of museums. I could go on. We have taken a pragmatic view. We developed the Shropshire Plan, we have instigated change, we have undertaken service reviews, and these changes will enable us to be the agile council we need to be for the future, for a new administration, for a new government, for a new devolved authority. But most importantly, it enables us to provide the many services that people value. But, and it is a but, we have to continue to prioritise our statutory services and protect the most vulnerable within our society. We, and in particular Councillor Butler, have been more open and transparent than any other previous administration of this council with our financial position, and have endeavoured to get regular information out to you all. We also went one step further. In a genuine attempt to get the best budget for Shropshire, I invited all groups to take part in a collaborative budget process. I thank all the group leaders and deputies for taking part, even if not all finished the course, and I do believe we are all better informed because of it. And my particular thanks to Councillors Butler and Nellins for the work that they put into the process, and also special thanks to the staff who really did pull out all the stops to give us all the information. We made the previous decisions to ensure that by this budget we would be in a position of sustainability, not survivability. What no one on the collaborative budget group was expecting, probably nobody in this council chamber was expecting, was that the new government's changes to the various funding streams would leave us circa £28 million worse off than last year, and therefore needing to find an additional £19 million worth of savings for the forthcoming year. Had the level of grant stayed the same, no savings would have been needed. In fact, we would have actually been able to reduce some of the £38 million worth of savings that are due to be made this year. At the collaborative budget meetings, each suggested saving target was explained, debated, and we agreed the items for inclusion within the budget consultation. Only one alternative suggestion was put forward, and once the consultation results were received, further and financial decisions were made by the group and the budget was put to bed. However, I guess the proof will be in the pudding. The one thing that is absolutely clear is that it is becoming harder and harder to deliver what our residents and businesses need whilst balancing our books. It is therefore with some trepidation that we await the outcome of the government's consultation on fairer funding. The budget going forward for 25-26 is based on evidence. It is based on the data we hold and the expertise and experience of our officers. Each portfolio holder has worked with their officer teams to ensure the estimates going forward are realistic and robust, including the estimates for increases in demand. I am aware that there is a Labour amendment to vote on each part of the recommendations separately, but you know what? When you're in charge, you don't have this luxury. You don't get to pick and choose which bits of the budget you like and which bits of the budget you don't like. The budget is the budget and it must be taken as a whole. There are still savings to be made, those that were planned over several financial years, and there will inevitably be some savings that, despite all best endeavours, do not achieve the level of savings expected. Therefore, there has to be flexibility. This is why, once again, as part of the budget on April the 1st, we will be replenishing the general reserves by 30 million. And all services are very aware that spending control is paramount. This is the way business works. You have to have contingencies. We have not shied away from making the big decisions, the tough decisions, decisions like charging for green waste, raising fees and charges. But it is these decisions that have ensured this council can look forward. This budget, like our previous budget, seeks to achieve a sustainable way forward for this council. It will seek to further reduce expenditure whilst ensuring our statutory services are protected, but also protecting non-statutory services where possible. We will do this by continuing to be innovative and by changing the way in which we work. This administration has constantly looked forward, despite the worst financial 4 years anyone could have imagined. But just look at what has been achieved while balancing the budget. On Tuesday, I visited the new Whitchurch Leisure Centre, a fabulous facility, under budget and completed ahead of schedule. We have invested in housing. We have repurposed our own assets to use for temporary accommodation. We have invested in pyrolysis, which has caught the attention of councils from right across the UK. We have invested in business parks, in send hubs across the county, so our young people do not have to spend hours in transit. We have invested in stepping stones, ensuring more young people avoid coming into our care. We have improved our foster care base. We offer good services for looked after children and in adult social care. We have taken bold steps in terms of the movement strategy of school streets. We've protected bus services. 97% of Shropshire's buses are now funded by us. And only yesterday, we introduced a new bus service which links Whitchurch and Market Drayton to the Princess Royal Hospital. We've invested in the Connect on-demand bus services, and there's more to come. And even in many cases, we strived for simply better outcomes, but the savings followed those better outcomes. And if you don't believe me, just ask our adult social care team about better outcomes and financial benefits. They are masters at it. Within our available finances, we will continue to transform our services to improve outcomes. We will continue to invest in making it easier for people to stay in their own homes, to invest in housing and retrofitting our housing stock. We've invested in infrastructure and will continue to do so. We will invest in more rural transport options, and we will continue to push Shropshire as an excellent place in which to do business and to visit and to live, just as the Shropshire Plan described. All of this against the most difficult financial backdrop. You will not achieve anything by constantly looking backwards. You can only do this by having a vision. You can only do this by looking forward. This is what this administration has done and will continue to do. Mr. Chairman, I move the budget, the recommendation in its entirety.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Rob, when I say thank you, that means stop, not continue at your own will. Thank you. All right. So I believe this is being seconded by Councillor Gwilym Butler. Is that correct, Gwilym?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Councillor Gwilym Butler, Portfolio Holder for Finance, Corporate Resources and Communities. I formally second, and funnily enough, I reserve my right. Thank you.
Surprise. Okay. So at this point, as I said at the beginning, Rosemary, there you are.
Thank you.
I know you are going to propose an amendment. I think Leslie has touched on it anyway. However,
I believe she has, yes. So our proposal from the Labour group, seconded, I think, by the Liberal Democrat group, is to ask for 5 separate votes on the budget sections A to E, as indicated in the financial strategy report. The reason for this being that we have reservations about some of the matters discussed and finalised in the budget. I'll come to those when presumably I can talk here, Chair, about the amendment and then come back in later in the main part of the debate.
Yes,
is that right? Thank you. So we propose that so we can vote for the council tax resolution.
okay. So I'm not sure I can really put down seconded by the entire Liberal Democrat group. Do we have a Roger? I thought perhaps that might be the case. Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. I have very little to add. It is a straightforward. I think that we should have separate votes so that we can indicate our support on for each of the important parts that are in their recommendations in the report, especially recommendation A. But yeah, I wholeheartedly support what has just been proposed.
Okay. Well, I'll move to a vote then, because there's no other hands up. There you have it. Members, you have been offered an amendment to take each piece individually to the vote. All those in favour of supporting that amendment, please show. And all those against supporting the amendment, please show.
Could you put your hands right up, please? Sorry.
Just
really hard.
Which group of people? Those
right at the back.
Right, against still.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Right. So that's 29 for supporting that motion and 39 against. That motion has fallen. So we will go back to the original.
Chairman, can I move a further amendment, please?
Yeah, you can, Roger, but please, yeah, let's not have death by amendment. Okay.
Today is the end of February. We do not want another council meeting, but in respect to the council tax, I would ask for, as happened last year, a separate vote on A, which then sets the council tax and allows the staff to start working out to send out the bills to all the residents. We do not want any delays, and I don't know what will happen to the motion later on, but I propose that section A only be taken as a separate vote, as happened last year.
And who is second that? Probably everybody on this side of the room, no doubt. But one named person, Andy Boddington. Andy, do you wish to say anything?
I'll be certain, right.
All right. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you're going to get much to say out of the debate.
No, I don't think so. Actually,
it is marginally difficult. So we'll go straight to the vote on Roger's emergency change, which is not fundamentally a huge amount different, but different enough, Roger. So I suspect the numbers are going to be 24 and 39, but there you go. All those for supporting the motion as proposed by the leader of the Liberal Democrats, or co-leader, Heather? Yeah. 24. Well, there's a surprise. Okay, all of those against, and please lift your arms right up to the ceiling.
It's clear, isn't it?
I think you'll find that's going to be 39. And I'll give members about 10 seconds to catch their breath from the session of Pilates that they just. You can put your hand down now, Mr. Gill. It's unless you're. Oh, okay. So, putting our sensible heads back on again, please. We will then move into the debate on item 7. I will remind group leaders that they are allowed to make one speech of up to 10 minutes. I have conceded to both Heather and Roger as joint leaders that they can split that however they choose, but it will be limited to 10 minutes, so that can't be 6 and 5, for example. But I know you're intelligent people, you probably work that out for yourselves. So it will be up to you when you take that. Obviously, we've had Leslie. I will go through the group heads now to see if any of you wish to make your 10-minute speech now. If you choose not to make it now, that's absolutely fine. But just tell me when you do. So, actually, I was going to ask Roger and Heather to speak first, Rosemary, and then come to you. I'm trying to do it by numbers in groups. So, Roger and Heather, I take it you wish to speak now.
I'm going to speak now.
Roger tells me you're going to do the little bit.
Yeah.
The warm-up.
The warm-up section. Absolutely.
The important part.
Yes, we all know that, Roger.
Right. I'm really pleased to be able to speak at this for a number of different reasons. And actually, I thought that the collaborative budget session was really worth doing for many reasons, but actually needs a bit more thought around it. So this is the end of term report, really, for the administration's 4-year term, part of the last 16 years of Conservative rule, which it seems we haven't achieved that much. I thank Leslie for a vision for the council, which has been a long time coming, and the public have found difficult to articulate. What the public see really matters when difficult decisions are to be made. Latterly, those decisions they have seen have included curling green bin labels, a recycling booking system U-turn, a gaping hole in the budget for the North West Relief Road, demolished shopping centre, which was worth quite a lot of money at the beginning. And that's not to mention the November the 1st closure of Shire Hall, which still has people working
in it today, the 27th of February, and more savings that Roger will talk about that have not been achieved. The medium-term financial strategy is mostly a technical paper. All 834 pages of it. It appears really to airbrush out residents of Shropshire. It talks about our money. It is their money. It talks about where we're going to make savings, but it doesn't necessarily always talk about the impact of those savings to the people that we serve across Shropshire. The transparency we have seen this term has been much better than we've seen in the past, and I would like to thank Leslie for that, because that is a real step forward. But we still have residents who have no idea what is going to impact on them. And when we saw the removal of the pest control, that was one of those that actually I've been picking up even to this day. There is little reference to the 14 years in the budget papers of Conservative government cuts to funding for Shropshire. And there's been a lot about the government's underfunding this year, which I must say was appalling in shifting the rural grant away from us. We do, as a rural county, have significant problems, and Leslie is absolutely right, we do have a problem. I think the most important thing is that actually the public need to understand the impacts. They don't. They also need to see a competent council that when it's decided to do something, it carries it out in a way that actually is deliverable, they've tested, and we don't have it go wrong. The PR for the council under some of those cuts have been really, truly appalling. And despite all of this, I will be accused of not understanding budgets. Yes, of course we do. The whole of the group actually understands budgets. We have understood them for many, many years. I would like at this point to pay credit to our many staff who continually face change, reducing budgets, and the stress of trying to deliver services across Shropshire with a bigger job and less money. Thank you.
Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, now we know, or do we, what the present administration's financial strategy is for next year. What we do know is that yet again the Cabinet's financial strategy for this current year is in tatters. They promised 12 months ago, as they have done for a number of years, to deliver a budget with a wide-ranging number of savings, or rather cuts. The result? Halfway through the year, the sudden discovery that they needed to make a further 200 staff redundant. Then, just a few more months later, to again suddenly announce they were having to go with their begging bowl to government for permission to borrow an extra 26.9 million so they could pay the staff they were making redundant the severance pay they are entitled to pay the PwC consultants they had decided to employ their agreed fees, and of course to pay what they call the transformation cost. So over 500 staff made redundant, a loan of 26.9 million and an overspend of 35 million. What a way to end 4 years of an administration which for a great part of that time proclaimed, when questioned, "We have a plan." The so-called Shropshire Plan, with a vision and key priorities. The group, of which I am co-leader, realised a long time ago that the present administration needed help. We put our politics to one side and...
please, thank you. Okay.
And when asked, surprisingly, to those to my right, apparently, last autumn, joined in a collaborative budget project to try and put together a realistic, evidence-based budget for next year. A realistic one that could be delivered, and one that would mean this council was in a much safer position than it is now, that our council reserves would be at a safer level. The council's external auditors, Grant Thornton, in their report recently echoed those thoughts, as stated on page 50 of the MTFS today, they think the reserves should be between 14 million and 29 million, with their preference being that they should be at the very least 30 million. Also, whilst talking about Grant Thornton report for 23-24, it's worth noting, which was received by the council in January of this year, are their comments and their key recommendations, one of which included these savings should be realistic, evidence-based targets. Where are we now? It is very apparent the auditor's comments can also be made about this current year. During the collaborative budget discussion for 25-26 financial year, we asked lots of questions, asking for more information, what alternatives were looked at, examined prior to the cuts that were being presented. Almost none were given. The failed savings or cuts from this year are again being rolled forward to next year with no or very little explanations. At the end of this year, the end of a disastrous 4 years of Conservative administration, they will be at the lowest level ever, an extremely dangerous critical level of just 3.5 million. What in this report are we being asked to support and vote for today? It is summed up in the opening paragraph. Demand mitigation of £11 million, with very little information of what these mean. Savings of 7.7 million. And of course, the savings that were supposed to have been delivered this current year, and which, according to next week's Cabinet report, is 34.8 million. Total savings, and well, let's be honest, cuts of 53.5 million. We were not reassured, and when this MTFS was published with very few explanations of what the various cuts meant, we left the process. Will these budget cuts be made? Will the proposals be delivered? Are they realistic? I'm sorry, we do not think so. We want evidence. We will not be supporting the budget that is being presented this morning. Finally, of course, elections will be held in a few weeks' time, and this budget will most likely be by then have been adopted. This group, however, is in and promise that the budget will be looked at, examined, and realistic targets will be identified as per one of the key recommendations by our external auditors. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, you talk about good cop, bad cop. Right. Okay. Rosemary, I will come to you next. Would you like to have your 10 minutes now?
Thank you. Yeah, we in the Labour Group thank Councillor Picton for her suggestion of a collaborative budget process to replace the previous alternative budgets. We thank other councillors and staff who have run a thorough and informative process. This approach has potential. Labour members have been committed to deeper understanding of the Council's financial and other senior management processes as it is today under the current Conservative administration. We entered this process in good faith, engaging fully with all aspects of the schedule on behalf of all Shropshire residents. We are grateful to have had this opportunity. We have found working cross-party with colleagues positive. There has been frank discussion and a genuine ability to work with others. There has been open discussion, compromise and understanding of different points of view. There are positive aspects of a new process. These are positive aspects of a new process that will serve well all those who live in our county. We suggest that this style of cross-party working on budgets continues year-round, so that all aspects of financial management are thoroughly discussed by all elected political parties and those with no affiliation. But more, that this approach should be used for monthly monitoring of the Council's financial performance, given the continued financial crisis. The spectre of bankruptcy remains a real and present threat to all Council services. While Labour members have entered into the collaborative budget process with positive intentions, we have been deeply disappointed at the lack of transparency, even in private meetings, about the Council's huge third-party cost. We have studied carefully 40% of the Council's spending, the non-contracted part, but the rest is a closed book. External contracts undertaken by the Conservative administration account for 60% of the total council expenditure. This imbalance has hampered the council's ability to transform. We wanted to see real improvement in this area, but despite asking, there was never any meaningful access to this vitally important area. Until Shropshire Council takes control of its contracting habit, the financial crisis will continue. The stage has been set by Conservatives, both here in Shropshire and in Westminster. The damaging austerity of those awful coalition years. 5 years of no council tax increases while costs continued to rise. Catastrophic cuts to government funding to local authorities between 2010 and 2020, amounting to a 60% loss of council funds. The council, Shropshire Council, is damaged by this background. It would be a surprise if we brought forward a budget focused on investment, expansion and growth. We simply do not have the resources available to do that, according to Leslie Picton and Andy Begley in the preamble to the financial strategy. Now, I agree with that sentiment, but the truth is, this council has invested £39 million of taxpayers' money on the controversial North West Relief Road. This spending was always known to be at risk. In May 2019, councillors and the public were informed clearly that the Department for Transport was entitled to withdraw funding at any time. It's clear in the DFT's 2019 letter. The North West Relief Road is the very definition of an expansionist project, the riskiest possible use of taxpayers' money, and, as we have seen this morning, treated by Shropshire Conservatives with the seriousness of a Punch and Judy match. On behalf of council taxpayers throughout Shropshire, the Labour Group cannot therefore endorse this budget, containing yet more service cuts, a sealed door on the contracted out services and continued uncertainty for our long-suffering staff and the prospect of Conservative financial failure being carried forward beyond the May election. This budget is the legacy of a reckless Conservative administration.
Finished? Yeah. I only gone off on something because we've only used 4.5 minutes. But that's good news for all of us. Okay. So we will then move on to Councillor Duncan Kerr and then Ed Towers. Or vice versa, I don't care. You'll both get your 10 minutes of speech time, so.
Happy to go first, but Ed's got a larger group. Anyway, first of all, I would also like to welcome the cooperative spirit in which this budget has been prepared. I recognise it was a brave initiative by the leader and thank her personally for it. I regret that the unity of all parties to work together to tackle the unprecedented financial challenges facing the authority did not last the course. I hold to the view that I can represent my residents more effectively when I'm in the room. I never understand how people feel the best way of improving anything is by walking out of a debate. And I think it undermines public confidence in local governance if we do. It seems that every year, this council, we have felt ourselves standing on a cliff edge, staring into the stormy seas of a financial abyss. Each year, it doesn't feel possible for our situation to worsen, and every year it has. This year not only brings us over £35 million of undelivered savings. For comparison, that's the equivalent to the cost of the entire refuse collection of the council for a year. A level of reserves which puts the authority at a very high risk with no room to accommodate any fall in income and delivery of savings or rise in expenditure beyond that predicted. And as the leader has said, we have a capitalisation directive which has helped us to bridge the gap, but that only enables us to borrow from tomorrow to pay for the bills we are due today. So how did we get here? Well, many other councils are in the same place. After 14 years of a Tory government, both nationally and administration locally, it seems neither central or local government is in a healthy place. And there is no indication that significant more resources will come from the Labour government either. So the weather, which we can't control, has, to say the least, been stormy. The tragedy is we haven't helped ourselves. Years ago, we accepted the government bribe, and it was a bribe, to freeze council tax at a price we are still paying now. Our income could have been around 15% higher if we hadn't. I liken that to throwing away our umbrella when the storm was gathering. If we hadn't done that and accepted that bribe, we could, for example, have protected the 100% discounts for the poorest households, instead of forcing them to pay for something they can ill afford and costs us a lot of money to collect. I mention this because I fear once again we are having some more short-term popularity thinking affecting the ability of the council to manage in the future by once again failing to increase all charges in line with inflation when our costs will rise by that amount. We can't undo the disastrous decisions over council tax, but we can ensure that the dogmatic and hubristic approach that led to it is no longer part of the DNA of this council. And here there is more work to do. These are very challenging times. The comfort blanket of reserves and overinflated budgets have long gone. Every penny really does count. Every officer has to work that much harder to deliver outcomes. Every decision maker has to be that much more diligent in gathering and assessing the evidence needed to get those decisions right. And this very agenda shows we haven't got there yet. Interesting, waste management, so long forgotten about by the council that we didn't know we produced more waste than any other authority in mainland England. We didn't seem even to have a waste management client officer. Came into sharp focus as a source of financial rather than carbon savings. The idea of a planned approach to waste minimisation has finally come onto this agenda. It was rejected out of hand 3 years ago by the same councillors who are now putting it forward. In the absence of a plan and well-researched policy, we've had policy making on the hoof, with mistakes over stickers and U-turns on tick bookings, green waste charges which don't accord to the consultation, and implemented at the start of the winter, which is the worst possible time to start trying to sell a green waste service. Yes, these are tough decisions. That's why they needed to be properly planned through a strategy written before, not after, action is taken. In short, acting before the development of the strategy has cost taxpayers, damaged the reputation of the council, not only of local people, but also with Whitehall. And that's important because it's Whitehall who determine the outcomes of the competitive funds that have been so favoured by the last government and are probably going to be favoured by the current government as well. It's been a similar story of parish councils. Rejection of any compact or planning for improving efficiency, instead having an ad hoc approach to meeting with certain favoured parish councils when time permits. It is not an approach which secures the most cost-effective joined-up governance for Shropshire, and our residents demand that we do that on their behalf when money is tight. The good news is that following a Herculean amount of effort by officers, we do have a precariously balanced budget, though I'm not sure that some of the savings have been subject to proper due diligence. In the budget group, I question the amount of savings being relied upon from Children's Services, who have performed magnificently over the year, but demand is still high, and it may well just wash away the savings targets we have set. I also welcome the new team to tackle fly tipping and littering, but this is showing a six-figure saving and consists of just 2 people, and starting to think our budgeting is based more on crossing fingers and hoping rather than by sound, proven business cases. That approach didn't work this year, and it's unlikely to work next year. Many members are yet to be convinced that PwC are giving us value for their considerable money. They told us they are now holding contact meetings with third-party suppliers, as mentioned earlier. That's good, but it does strike me as bizarre that we weren't already doing regular meetings with our key contractors, 60% as we've heard of the council's expenditure, and we needed to employ external consultants to do that for us. I didn't know I was going to a musical background. I do wonder whether the contracts written in the heady pre-COVID days included clauses enabling us to recoup costs if our finances changed. I suspect that once again, we naively trusted the private sector and they are taking advantage. If I'm right, we are in a very poor situation to negotiate with Veola the changes we will need to make to meet the legal duty to collect food waste in just 13 months' time. Indeed, to my knowledge, we are still paying the contractor to collect all the green bins from households who are no longer participating in the scheme. I hope we will learn from this in making decisions regarding in-house or procured services in the future. Because the public of Shropshire cannot afford to be led by councillors constrained by outdated dogma and a history of taking decisions before assessing evidence. Which brings me to the North West Relief Road. We have a recognition the road may not be delivered, though it is still in the budget. The public will be pleased to see that some real politic has entered the chamber, but the Green Group cannot support a budget that contains this unaffordable and environmentally damaging road. But we do recognise that terminating the scheme has to be done with considerable care and attention to detail if we are to avoid even further cuts that will affect the poorest and those most reliant on our services. Finally, I'd just like to address some comments to whoever sits on the top table come May the 1st. In the last 12 months, we have seen innovations to our political structures here in response to two of the biggest challenges to ever face the council. I don't think there's a single councillor who doesn't think the collaborative budget meetings and the children improvement boards have been a great improvement. But this success begs three questions. How many more times can we afford to bolt on additional political machinery that has to run in parallel with all the old decision-making processes? If the challenges we face today, and indeed tomorrow, are too much for a cabinet and scrutiny system, why on earth do we persist with it? Is it for our benefit, or is it for the benefit of the public we serve? Is it not time, therefore, to consider with an open mind whether we should use the powers given to us by the last government, as it happens, to move to a committee system that would harness the talents and skills of the whole council? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Towers, where are you?
I am here.
All right, there you are. Hi.
Gone from the front to the back. Okay. Well, I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of the independent group, and I am a small but growing group within the council. And I have lots of experience within the group where mine is probably less than theirs. But it's a privilege to speak for them today. I'd like to thank people on the Conservative group for allowing the opportunity of having a collaborative budget group. This has been generally welcomed by all the group leaders so far in this debate. It came about because of an unprecedented budget problem that we were having, and it's because we felt the alternative budget one that we'd had in the two previous years that I understand wasn't working. We agreed as a group to join. I said this back in October, I think it was, to join this collaborative process so long as politics was kept back and everything was open and transparent. And it's been a huge learning curve, and the officers have been excellent and worked ever so hard on our behalf. It has been good to work in the common interest of Shropshire residents across the parties and discovered a lot of common ground between ourselves. In fact, I'd like to thank Roger, Heather, Rosemary and Duncan for their contribution to this debate. They're trying to persuade us of their particular party's view. I would like to say it's a bit like a parson's egg. What they've had to say is good in parts, and we would want to support them in certain things, and that needs more discussion to flesh it out. As independents, we see people before politics, and that is the mandate that this core of this group was elected for in May 2021. At the end of this process, we still have concerns about how things came to be, and we came to be in this difficult financial situation as a county. And you've heard some of the other group leaders say it's this or it's that. And some of this may have caused by wrong decisions by preceding administrations. But the point we come from is we are where we are, and without political recriminations, we must set to put matters right. We've gone through the budget, being prepared very closely, and as I say, it's been a very big learning curve, and many questions and challenges have been taking place, even to change the proposals as a result of the consultation and other things. So to the one we have now before us today. In our term of office, we have also had to deal, it's been referenced by other leaders, and Leslie in particular probably, to deal with the recovery from COVID, to deal with the challenges caused by increased national statutory obligations. We've got the war going on in Europe at the moment. We've had to take on board the challenges required by a new government's agenda. And now, as we're hearing this debate, by some things said that wouldn't have been said last year, a local election is in sight. The North West Relief Road has been mentioned. I just want to remind Council today that whilst there are only 4 options in the budget, it is not a vote on the North West Relief Road today, and there's still an opportunity, there's still place in the new Council for that to be changed. But it's just options that are in this particular budget. So we as a group in the round feel that we must support the collaborative budget proposals for 25-26, and we commend it to the Chamber.
Thank you. Okay, so groups have had 10 minutes. Their group leaders have said their pieces. I will open it up to wider debate, but I would ask that please don't repeat what your group leaders already said, even if you try and change it a bit, but it still means the same. It won't be appreciated. I think most points have been covered, but if there's anybody with Roger, you've already spoken.
Focus group leader, Chairman. I still have 5 minutes.
Where's that? Where's it say that?
Yeah.
10-minute group leader, and it's always been recognised. I can't put my notes on the present, but the members.
All right, Roger, it's at my discretion. This is my meeting. I will allow you a few minutes, but please don't just re-say what you've already said.
I wasn't, Chairman.
I'm sure the entire chamber will be happy to receive your extra points that you wish to raise on it.
Thank you, Chairman. I will not be repeating anything that I've previously said, but I will add a thank you to the leader for the collaborative budget process. It was interesting, and I would hope that that can continue. But when one gets no answers, explanations, you're faced with little. But my point is, Chairman, and I'm referring to the Grant Thornton audit report, and especially the results for the last few minutes that we have caused a little bit of consternation around the chamber. And in their report on page 29, and I'll quote what it says about the North West Relief Road, and I haven't mentioned that until now. We consider the reporting of cost increases between the approval of the outline business case and the submission of the full business case and funding arrangements to be unsatisfactory, especially via Cabinet and full Council. Where significant cost forecast increases have occurred, these should have been reported more formally through the Council's governance structures, alongside a credible funding strategy to bridge any gaps identified. Whilst regular reporting of cost increases in apparent, including to DFT, there is no evidence of a formal funding plan and only limited evidence of formal reporting of credible options to fund the gap arising. Within the project risk register, there is no reference to the cost of aborting the project. From our work, we understand the cost of aborting the project could be up to £23 million. That's when this report was written, which would have a significant impact on the Council's financial position and financial sustainability. Based on these findings, we consider there to be a significant weakness in the Council's arrangements for securing value for money and have raised a key recommendation accordingly. That is on the North West Relief Road.
Yep.
We've heard today, Chairman, that the report was issued virtually 20 minutes, half an hour after this council started to meet, and really, that is really stretching any elastic, and it is to be deplored, I think, in my opinion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for sharing your opinion, Roger. So I have got councillors Julian Dean and then Tony Parsons.
Thank you very much, Councillor Julian Dean for Port Hill. I have a very straightforward question. The capital budget, as before us, states it is currently intended that the full cost of the scheme, the North West Relief Road, is 215.12 million based on the latest cost estimates brackets pre-full business case. Meanwhile, the full business case draft as published this morning states that the full cost of the road are £163.41 million. Could somebody please explain that discrepancy? And if it turns out that the discrepancy tells us that the published draft full business case is already out of date, could you please withdraw it immediately as a completely irrelevant document? Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to say that having been part of the collaborative budget process, that I found it a very good way of conducting this type of business rather than different groups putting in alternative proposals as alternative budgets. It was a very good process, a long process from September through until week last Monday. It was a long process, but we did get through a lot of work, and there was a lot of movement of positions to try and recognise the views of all of those that were included in those discussions. I'd also like to thank the officers involved because they were excellent and very much under pressure in providing us with the information that we needed to move forward. I'm just going to say I feel it is a shame that we're not taking these items separately because there are things there that we could support, but we're not able to support the whole of this budget at this point in time, but I would like to say that I thought the process was excellent.
Councillor Roberts.
Further to Councillor Dean's points about the discrepancy between, I think it's 186 and 250 million pounds. I've just done some quick calculations looking at the Public Works Loan Board, and it's been stated in the press and it states in the capital strategy that if borrowing is required, it would cost £6 million per annum on the revenue account. Now, I know how many times I've been lectured on difference between revenue and capital, and I've been lectured that we cannot make unfunded revenue commitments. I do not see where that £6 million per year is coming from. Potentially, where is that plan B? I would also say that if it is £250 million and you're looking to have repayments of £500,000 every month, that is a loan that the current Public Works Loan Board potentially can never be repaid because of interest. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is scandalous.
Councillor Dan Morris, and then I'm minded to go back to the seconder and then the original proposer. I think we've had probably 50 minutes to an hour from the right-hand side, and not too much from this side, with 10 minutes per leader and others. So, Councillor Morris.
Just in answer to Councillor Dean's point, the full business case for the DFT is of the North West Relief Road only, and it doesn't include the Oxon Link Road. The medium-term financial strategy is transparent and it shows the full costs, including the North West Relief Road and the Oxon Link Road.
Okay, so now I'm going to go back to Willem, who withheld his right. Willem.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor William Butler, Portfolio for Finance, Corporate Resources and Communities. Well, they said I've been doing nothing. Goodness me, doesn't feel like it. Anyway, collaborative budgets have saved the officers time and constructive transparency. We've had little of substance being brought forward as alternatives. The next 4 years, there are going to be so many unknowns. Devolution, spending reviews, elections, Mr. Trump, Mr. Musk. Just as we have dealt with in the last 4 years doing nothing in relation to wars in Europe, fuel costs, surging inflation, we have come through those storms, and guess what? Everything is open. They say we've done nothing. Over the past 4 years, I've held this portfolio and delivered it in a far more transparent way to enable this council to transform into a modern, sustainable, efficient council. They say we haven't achieved anything in 16 years. We have had over £400 million taken from us annually in revenue since 2010. We are still here, we are still solvent, and guess what? Everything's open. Remember COVID and the support we gave from 2020 to 22? They say we've done nothing. We didn't suddenly announce staff cuts. Remember the waterfall scheme, voluntary redundancies, redeployment, etc.? This was not new. Taking out the 27 million from staff was there from the beginning. The consultants, they have saved this council's £12 million in revenue year on year by bringing in capacity we didn't have in-house. We are still open, but they say we've done nothing. Reserves. Certain people always wanted to spend the reserves, and I have always put money back into reserve year on year, purposely for the slippage of savings as planned to give us time, because time has always been our enemy. This council has delivered the greatest savings over the last 2 years by percentage than any other authorities or most authorities across this country. Councillor Wilson, we have always said if the Relief Road was to go forward, the completion of the Shrewsbury bypass, it would have to be funded from government for us to proceed. And I would not put that revenue onto the revenue account unless that was the case. And let's just talk about the North West Relief Road. I cannot believe the opposition parties have actually asked for it to be cancelled, and the government grants of up to 39 million to be effectively taken on as a loan to this council to write it off. That would mean a liability of 1.5 million a year to service and interest alone, effectively for nothing. And that would be probably for 30 or 40 years. If the government doesn't fund the road, it will be up to them to write off that money. But the opposition want to ladle the taxpayers of Shropshire with a £39 million loan to absolutely get nothing. And they say we are the bad ones with money. Who would take on £39 million for nothing? What is that is what the voters of Shropshire will have to decide on. This could also put the council in extreme measures, and everything we have kept open would be closed. Not just about Shrewsbury, but across the county. If anybody cancels that road, it needs to be the government, not just on local politics, whims. Understand the finances. We hear the blab and the noise from the opposition, but we do not see any alternative, any plans. What are you going to do, apart from increase the debt to 39 million and revenue costs of 1.5 million every year for nothing? That 1.5 million will probably write off the libraries, the leisure, the outdoor partnership budget, and probably most of the buses, just for a political whim for not completing the Shrewsbury bypass. It is bonkers. Please support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask perhaps on the right-hand side of the room, if you ask questions rather than chat, perhaps listen to the answer when it's directed to the question that you'd put forward. Thank you. Councillor Picton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well. What I've heard today is, again, lots of looking backwards. I think I've heard, sorry, I didn't issue you with your bingo cards today, guys, but I'm pretty sure we heard shopping centres. I'm pretty sure we heard council tax. I'm pretty sure we heard all those things that actually this administration had to deal with as well. What did we hear from the Lib Dems? They asked lots of questions. They never listened to the answers, obviously, because those answers were given. There was a huge amount of information, as actually the other leaders of the groups have said. The amount of information that was given out at that collaborative budget meeting was astonishing. They chose not to listen. That's fine. Was a bit weird that they said about council tax being frozen, and I know you've all mentioned that, but you know the last time that happened, that was 2012. How many is that? 13 years ago? We've had to deal with that, just in the same way that you've had to deal with that. I think the other thing that I find quite strange is that the reason perhaps we didn't raise council tax every year for 5 years was because the last parties that were in coalition, which were on the right of the room, sorry, Reece, you weren't involved then, the last time they raised the council tax, it was 16%. Sorry, I lied, it was 15.99. You know, in a sense, I'm disappointed, and I hate it when people say they're disappointed, but I am disappointed because what I expected today was actually to hear what the alternatives were going to be. What was the alternative? And you know, fair dues to Councillor Kerr, although apart from the old chestnut about the committee system, Councillor Kerr actually did talk about looking forward. He was the only one. Sorry, Councillor Towers, you did too. But they were the only two. Everything that the opposition talked about today was having a bit of a knock, which, let's be honest, guys, we've been used to for the last 4 years. Every meeting, knock. Never any suggestion as to what they are going to do in the next 4 years. The finances don't suddenly get better on May the 1st. Councillor Evans made a big point about saying, you know, that Grant Thornton said they recommend we should have 30 million in our interest, in our reserves. Well, guess what, Councillor Evans? On the 1st of April, you're going to have hopefully about 35 million pounds in your reserves. We have been financially prudent. Yes, there have been difficulties. Nobody on this side of the chamber is going to deny that there have been difficulties, but we have got through those. And as Councillor Butler said, we are still here. The business is still open. One thing I do want to say before I finish is I really do want to pay tribute to the staff, to the chief exec, to the executive management team, and to everybody who works in this organisation. Because if it's been difficult for us, believe you me, it's difficult for them too. And we owe them all a real debt of gratitude. But let me just also say one other thing, that it's at times like this, when we get close to elections, that we do have to look forward. But I do want to thank the Conservative group. And actually, I want to thank the members of the opposition as well, because the last 4 years have been extremely difficult, but we are still here. I'm going to finish on that note, but I am going to ask you to support this budget in its entirety. I'm not having any nonsense about the North West Relief Road, because the North West Relief Road is for noting in this budget. No decisions on finances are being made. It is purely a way of looking forward. So I am going to ask you to support this budget to get us again into a sustainable position for the council year 25-26. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so as I said at the beginning some time ago, that this is a recorded vote, so I will now hand over to the Chief Executive.
Roy Allcroft.
For.
Jeff Anderson.
For.
Caroline Bagnall.
Abstain.
Nicholas Bardsley.
For.
Joyce Barrow. Bernie Bentic.
Against.
Thomas Biggins.
For.
Edward Bird.
For.
Andy Boddington.
Against.
Peter Broomhall.
For.
Mary Birchett.
For.
William Butler.
For.
Dean Carroll.
For.
Ted Clark.
Abstain.
Rosemary Dartnell.
Abstain.
Steve Davenport.
For.
Mary Davies.
Against.
Julian Dean.
Abstain.
Jeff Elner.
For.
David Evans.
For.
Julia Evans.
Abstain.
Roger Evans.
Against.
Paul Gill.
For.
Rob Gittins.
For.
Nat Green.
Against.
Kate Halliday. Simon Harris. Nigel Harting. Nick Hignett.
For.
Ruth Houghton.
Against.
Richard Huffer. Vince Hunt.
For.
Kirsty Hurst Knight. Mark Jones.
For.
Simon Jones.
For.
Duncan Kerr.
Abstain.
Heather Kidd.
Against.
Christian Lee. Hilary Luff.
For.
Nigel Lumby.
For.
Robert Macy.
For.
David Minery.
Against.
Dan Morris.
For.
Pam Mosley.
Abstain.
Alan Mosley.
Abstain.
Cecilia Motley. Peggy Mullock. Ian Nellings.
For.
Viv Parry. Tony Parsons.
Abstain.
Leslie Picton.
For.
Ed Potter.
For.
John Price. Chris Schofield.
For.
Andrew Sherrington.
Against.
Colin Taylor.
Against.
Dan Thomas. For. Edward Towers.
For.
Kevin Turley.
For.
David Vasmer.
Against.
Alex Wagner.
Against.
Claire Wild.
For.
Brian Williams.
For.
Mark Williams.
Against.
Rob Wilson.
Against.
Paul Wynne.
For.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Okay. There are 39 for, 17 against, and 10 abstentions. So that has clearly passed. Thank you. Now, before we move on to item 8, and mindful of the time, I am going to propose to take our 20-minute break now. The big hand, as they call it on play school, is between the 3 and the 4. So we will be back in here at 20 to 1, please, councillors. Thank you.
you. Very much. Joyce. Thank you. Right. I hope you are sufficiently refreshed and ablutions, if necessary, done. So we will move on to item 8, which is fees and charges for 25-26. I'm going to invite Councillor Gwilym Butler as the portfolio holder for Finance, Corporate Resources and Communities to present the report, move the report and the recommendations be received and agreed. Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Councillor Gwilym Butler, portfolio holder, Finance, Corporate Resources and Communities. Each year we bring forward the fees and charges as part of the budget, which formulates part of the income that the council has to fund the revenue accounts. I would ask members to note 8.2 of the report, where we've had the external organisation Human Engine to look at our fees and charges and to benchmark us with councils, with other councils, and bring us in line with the councils where we have not been charging enough or charging at all. There's not much more for me to say, Chair, and I move the recommendations as set out in point 3 in the report.
Very good. And I believe Councillor Simon Jones, you're seconding that?
Yeah, Councillor Simon Jones. I wish to second the report and withhold my right.
Okay. Councillor Ruth Houghton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I didn't hear very much of that. So if this was covered in that introduction, my apologies. But on point 8.2 on page 301, there's reference to engaging an organisation called Human Engine to conduct a review on fees and charges. And I'm not saying that the work shouldn't have taken place. In fact, I think it would be a very basic piece of work when looking at where fees can be increased or not, and the council is comparable with other councils. But how much did Human Engine cost to appoint and cover the work? And secondly, would that not have been something that could have been covered by PricewaterhouseCoopers as the consultants in delivering savings? Because actually revenue generation is surely the two sides of the same coin on making more efficiency savings as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Can't see any other hands. Councillor Jones, you reserved your right.
No, I haven't got a lot to add then. Thank you.
Good. Music to my ears. I will go back then to Councillor Gwilym Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ruth, for the question. To the best of my memory, it was less than £30,000, but they are an organisation that just specialises in actually looking at fees and charges for local authorities across the whole of the country. I don't believe it would have been the expertise that PwC would have had. If we had instructed them to do that, I think they would have probably been slightly more expensive. I think from what we've gleaned from it, the recommendations they've given to us will be more than covered within the first year. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. This doesn't like to be a recorded one, does it? So all those in favour, please show. Recommendations 3.1 to 3.5.
It's clear.
I would say it's a clear majority. I will count it if anybody wants me to, but any against? A few. Okay. Any abstentions? Nope. Okay. That has passed. We'll move on to item 9 then, which is the Treasury strategy. Once again, I'm going to invite Councillor Gwilym Butler as the relevant portfolio holder to present the report, move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Gwilym Butler, portfolio holder for Finance, Corporate Resources and Communities. Each year we have to bring forward our Treasury strategy in line with the best practice and SIPA guidelines. This is effectively housekeeping, and the report has already been seen in great detail by Cabinet and the Audit Committee. I therefore have no more to say, and I move the recommendations as set out in 3.4. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that is being seconded.
Yes,
by-
indeed I am. As chair of the audit committee, I am pleased to second this and would wish to draw attention to the success of our finance team, who year upon year managed to make a substantial return of interest on the sums we have invested. Every year, to my memory, for the past 4 or 5 years and beyond, we have exceeded our benchmark, the national benchmark for Treasury strategy, by a considerable margin. We are lucky to have the expertise in our Treasury investment team to keep making these surpluses, which are of great benefit to the council. And I know you would all wish to join me in saying thank you to our Treasury team for the success they have in managing our money. I second this report.
Okay, around the room. Willem, do you wish to sum up? No. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Gosh, we've hit a run. Item 10 is the Shropshire Council Strategic Operating Model. I'm going to invite Councillor Leslie Picton as leader and portfolio for policy and strategy improvement and communications to present the report and move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I promised you last July that I would bring before Council an update on what was then called the Target Operating Model, is now entitled the Council Strategic Operating Model. I touched on this in my earlier speech, but the proposed new operating model continues to develop the ways in which the council will operate, remaining focused on the needs of residents and communities, whilst working with the leader and cabinet and all the members at its strategic core. I'll take you back to the orchestra pit diagram that I showed you the last time. Flexibility and agile working is built into the new operating model, facilitated by a structure designed to reduce and remove silos, so members and officers work together with a shared focus on council priorities, organised by theme and also statutory responsibilities. The model determines what roles we need to deliver the functions that we are responsible for our residents. We will measure, monitor and manage everything we do to make sure our activities align with the strategic direction set by the council. Long-term strategy with clear policies and effective priorities are central to the new model, and a function solely dedicated to commissioning will ensure the council can deliver the best value services to support this. And I know that those of us who sat on the key collaborative budget group welcome that function most definitely. The report builds on the principles and models approved and endorsed by Cabinet on the 17th of July last year, providing more detail, including an ambitious restructure and redesign of the council's senior management, reducing from 20 senior managers to 12.5 compared to last year. A critical next step in the delivery of an updated Shropshire plan and ensuring the council's financial sustainability in the future. This is a model agile enough to deliver an organisation that can respond to the requirements of both a new government and a new administration, continuing to deliver our statutory duties and serving our residents effectively and efficiently within the available resources. The timescales to deliver both the new operating model and structure are unapologetically ambitious, given the financial imperative and wider context. I recommend that the council approves the proposed new operating model as set out in the report, and also receives the report of the head of paid service outlining the new staffing structure of the council that will enable delivery of the new operating model, which is designed to effectively discharge the functions that the council is responsible for. I move the recommendations, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I believe that is being seconded by Councillor Gwilym Butler. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair, it's Councillor Gwilym Butler, portfolio holder for finance, corporate resources and communities.
Yes, I didn't want to say all of that.
It is being recorded and listened online, so in case they forget.
Okay. Councillor Kerr, then Councillor Dartnell, then Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Shropshire Councillor for Oswestry South. So I welcome this. I welcome breaking down silos and I welcome improved commissioning. What I'm curious about is what is missing. And what's missing from this document is any reference to sharing services, either with other councils or with other public sector organisations. It's very odd. The Local Government Association have estimated that councils have saved £1 billion by sharing services. The Cabinet Office has a strategy for sharing services between public organisations. But we seem to redesign it with minimal, or even, I couldn't actually find one reference, or maybe one reference, but without, it seems, building a structure which would enable us to share services. And this doesn't even necessarily have to be our geographical neighbours. It's possibly feasible to share services in these electronic days with authorities and councils across the country. So I just say I'm not going to vote against it, but I would just urge in taking this forward, we think again about the extent to which we have explored the possibilities for sharing services and trying to improve it as we are going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosemary Dartnell.
Thank you, Chair. We in the Labour Group also welcome the removal of silos from the council structure and operation. It's the bane of many a large organisation, but it's easier said than done. How will the line management reporting lines work within Leadership Board? How will officers be accountable for their areas of responsibility and ensure they have the right support to deal with the increased responsibility of those roles? Is the Chief Executive certain that this structure will provide the leadership required? The Constitution, in Part 4, requires Council to provide the necessary resources to support the management structure. This report requires changes to be made to the Constitution regarding delegations to officers. When will these be brought before Council? And when will these changes to the Constitution be brought before Council? And what is going to happen in the interim in relation to delegations? I do have a few more questions, I'm afraid. It's about the 2.5 full-time equivalent executive directors. Could we please be told which of those roles will be part-time? Transition arrangements will be put in place to create stability. I don't like the word will. The one thing that staff need, particularly in the sort of current environment that they've managed to cope with, have to manage to cope with at the moment under threat of losing jobs, etc. Stability in leadership is absolutely vital to staff being able to operate well. So these transition arrangements, when are they, what are they, and how have they been communicated to staff?
All of them?
That is all of them, yes. Thank you.
You do have more time should you require it, but if you don't, we will
I
be
can ask more
exceptionally
questions,
grateful.
Chair, if you'd like, but that'll do for now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to stimulate more. All right. Councillor Roger Evans, thank you, Rosemary.
Thank you, Chairman. I echo the comments being made from the floor about the silo mentality, the silo operating is to be reviewed. However, we will not be supporting this. We've just put a budget together, looking at an organisation, putting budget headings in, which will no longer exist. How are those budgets going to be allocated to who and operated? For example, the Place Directorate. Our understanding is that under this it will cease to exist. Not against that, but how are the responsibilities going to be allocated? And doing this now, just weeks before an election, where whatever colour the administration, they may have different thoughts. There may be different councillors here, sat around here. They may have thoughts and want to go into it. Please, we are where we are. So the proposal is there. I may know how the vote is going to go, but we do not support it because there are some things in there that we would want to revisit.
So I've got Councillor Kate Halliday and then I've got Councillor Heather Kidd.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to describe in a bit more detail some of my concerns around the lack of any supervision. There's 12 members of staff at the very top of the new structure that look like they don't have to report to anybody, and that it might be the case that that's not the case, and please answer the question, but there's no direct line of supervision for 12 members of staff, and at a time when the roles they're taking on are increasingly stressful. These are important roles, dealing with the people they're supervising who are dealing with extremely stressful situations. I think there's something about the staff welfare and how these roles are going to be supported. Is there going to be mentorship for them? I think it just alarms me to see this. And also, it's about how the organisation actually directs itself as well. If we've got, I think the term used is self-responsibility in the document, and I'm all for being responsible. But if we have 12 members of staff with self-responsibility, how is that going to work? I do wonder about the need to rush this through. We are going to have a new council structure very soon, no matter what happens. The political party may stay the same, who's in control, but there's likely to be significant change in council makeup, and so I do just wonder why this is being rushed through when the people who are suggesting it may well not be in position in a matter of weeks' time.
Thank you for that bleak outlook. Councillor Heather Kidd.
I too am a bit concerned about putting these things in place before we change council, as you would expect me to say. I think actually it's a bigger issue than just a horizontal staffing structure. It's actually how they all work together to make sure those silos are achieved. My concern, though, is what happens with the transformation behind them, because it's been slow. And only yesterday I had yet another example of different areas of the council having different access to different addresses, different information about an individual, and actually causing quite a lot of distress to one particular resident. So bringing those together so we have a central system so that everybody has the same addresses for properties, which was undoubtedly not the case during the green bin fiasco. And it was undoubtedly not the case between adult social care and Revs and Bens yesterday, which then had to be sorted out. If we have a mechanism that these departments work together, but also have the wherewithal back room to work together, then this may well work, but we will have to have a look at that. And I am concerned about what happens between individual departments and individual assistant directors and so on.
Okay, well, I don't have anybody else on my list, so Gwilym, you reserved your right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The comment I would probably like to make is that quite a lot of work has been going on in the background with this, led by the Chief Executive in consultation with the top tier of our staff. I would like to get members to look at 5.2, which actually says, because I know Roger mentioned previously that he was surprised that there were redundancies announced last November. And in 5.2, it actually states that since 23-24 and 24-25, we had put in the target of £27 million of savings, and this is part of the proposal to actually get us there. Now, again, this is about it is also about savings, and it's making the council right-sized and in the right position to be modern, efficient and sustainable moving forward. I take your comments about it not being a realign to the MTFS. As soon as this year's accounts are shut down, this new structure will come into place, I believe, in the next financial year. And therefore, the MTFS and the finances will be aligned, hopefully by August, and will be plain to see for all members of the new administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Picton.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can't get it right, can I? I just can't get it right. So let me just get this straight. So I'm being accused of rushing something through which I brought to you in Cabinet and Council last July, and this has been rushed. Normally you're accusing me of taking an inordinate amount of time. Councillor Evans, Can you imagine what would have happened if we'd have changed the savings lines to put in line with the new structure, Councillor Butler, before this report had been approved? I'm sure Councillor Evans would have had me up in front of a standards board or whatever it is that you get me in front of if I'd have done that with the Constitution. Heather, you've perfectly summed up exactly what we are trying to achieve, which is to have one single voice for the customer. You've perfectly summed that up. Councillor Kerr, shared services, it is already happening and we are constantly looking for more. It reflects, I can't remember who asked this question, I think it might have been Rosemary, about 2.5. We will be sharing services with the NHS regarding one of those director posts, which we, in all honesty, we've probably been doing for a considerable time, but this way we get them some for it as well. The leadership board, let's be honest, silo working in local government is a substance stronger than gorilla glue. And it doesn't matter, you can bring new people into the organisation, within seconds they've snapped back into that silo working. This is a genuine attempt to break that and has been welcomed, I should add. In terms of Councillor Halliday's comments, transition arrangements are already in place, Councillor Halliday. They have been shared with the staff and those will change as the service as we make the changes to the services. This is the start of the process, nowhere near the end of it. What else have I got here? You also mentioned about what's going to be in place for staff. The Getting Leadership Right process is still going to be happening, which has proved so valuable to our staff. There's also now budget groups which are being set up so that staff get a real opportunity, to work across those divides which we are struggling so hard to get rid of. If I haven't answered any of your questions, drop me an email and I will come back to you on those. But in a sense, this is about making our staffing team focus on outputs rather than process. And I think that has been so important. And we've seen some great examples of this, especially in the north of the county. So, from my perspective, this is just another step in that direction. The only thing I would add is I'm not really sure what change it makes, whatever colour the administration is or whoever's sitting at this top table in the future. This is about the Chief Exec putting in place a staffing structure to take forward the budget for next year. I rest my case and move the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. We will put it to the vote then. All those in favour of accepting the recommendation, please show. I'm not sure you're going to need to, unless there's a pressing need for anybody to. No, those against? Any abstentions? No, clear majority for. So that recommendation has passed. We will move on to item 11, which is the waste prevention strategy. I'm going to invite Councillor Ian Nellins, who is Deputy Leader and the portfolio holder of the Climate Change, Environment and Transport, to present this report and move that the report and the recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Nellins.
Thank you. Ian Nellins, portfolio holder for Climate Change, the Environment and Transport. Waste prevention strategy. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Duncan Kerr because he's been on my case with this for quite some time. And recent consultations have reminded us that our residents really do value all of our waste services. This waste prevention strategy replaces Shropshire Council's Waste Prevention Plan 2010 to 2015. National waste policies is changing, reflecting new legislation, and changes to waste policy landscapes are expected during the term of the strategy to include simpler recycling, the introduction of separate weekly food waste collections, a deposit return scheme, and extended producer responsibilities. The strategy sets out 10 action areas with the ambitious aim to reduce waste on a per household basis by 20% compared to the baseline of 2013 by the year 2030. Based on Shropshire's current 149,940 households, a 20% reduction of total waste equates to almost 27,000 tonnes or 178 kilograms of waste per household in a year. The strategy assumes the majority of waste reduction will be achieved through organic waste, fruit, garden and food waste, as particularly garden waste is much higher in Shropshire compared to the average in England. The strategy assumes that About 6,700 tonnes will be reduced from Shropshire's residual waste stream. Based on savings, the council at the council's energy recovery facility could sell that capacity to third parties and generate a saving or income in the region of £1 million annually. That saving and income justifies the subject of waste prevention, but aside from the economic benefits, waste prevention benefits the environment by helping to protect finite resources, bringing social benefits such as helping households with cost of living challenges. The council is responsible for collecting and disposing of household waste. This includes curbside collections, recycled material, garden waste, food waste and residual waste. The council also provides household recycling centres and waste not suited for curbside collection, also from the highways, street bins, litter bins and fly-tipped waste on the highways network and council land. The council is not responsible for collecting of business waste, although some does illegally enter the household waste system. We are now consistently recycling and composting well over half of Shropshire's household waste. Between 50 and 55% of waste is recycled. Of the remaining waste, 44% is incinerated and 2% goes to landfill. Despite having really good recycling and composting performance, Shropshire has one of the highest quantities of waste per household in the country. Further interventions and behaviour changes required to stem the waste growth and to reduce the level of waste being produced include a mix of education awareness raising campaigns, enforcement and charges. The strategy explores the reasons for Shropshire's high quality of total waste, linking this principally to garden waste, in Shropshire being 50% higher than similar authorities. It details that residual waste is about average to the national average. A charge for garden waste collection and booking of the household recycling centres was introduced in 2024. The household recycling centre system has been relaxed with the removal of need for cars to book, enabling domestic users easier access to separate their waste into the correct recycling streams. The booking requirement for vans and trailers remains unchanged, and all visitors to household recycling centres must be prepared to show proof of Shropshire residency. The booking system identified that 900 tonnes less waste was deposited at the HRCs compared to the same 3-month period in the previous year. Much of that is due to deterring non-domestic or trade waste and also non-Shropshire residents waste being taken to our household recycling centres. It also identified that some residents use the household recycling centres on an almost daily basis, clearly a need for some minimisation. All our actions include communications approach, developing community delivery and exploring the case of a dedicated role to develop the delivery of the prevention initiatives. And I propose recommendations at PARS 3.1 to 3.4. Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand that is being seconded by Councillor Roy Allcroft. Is that correct?
Yes, Roy Allcroft, Market Rate East, and I'd like to second that and withhold my right.
Good. It's almost like an echo in here because that's exactly what I said, Councillor Roy Allcroft. Anyway, I've got two speakers at the moment, Alex Wagner and then Councillor Brian Williams. So we'll start with Councillor Alex Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and just to thank the Cabinet and staff for putting this together. So I think our group will be supporting this paper, you'll be pleased to hear. We would have struggled slightly more to support it in its original form, which still contained a full-throated endorsement of the tip booking system. I'm very glad that sense has been seen on that after 6,000 people in Shropshire signed a petition. I have to say, walking down the street in Shrewsbury is pretty much the #1 thing people come up to me and say at the moment. What I would appreciate a small amount of clarity on, however, is the fact that just a few months ago, the deputy leader and portfolio holder said that Veolia already successfully runs booking systems at a number of centres. These booking systems led to a significant increase in recycling, helped to smooth demand throughout the day, reduce congestion and queuing, make using the sites easier. We've heard a lot about this so-called trial period since, and we've heard a lot about the positives of it. But I was just wondering why exactly the council haven't really decided to change their mind and amend this paper.
Thank you. You must be unlucky then. I didn't have a single person complain to me up where I am, but there we go. I didn't. Councillor Brian Williams.
You kindly silence, Chairman, for me.
Okay. Silence for Brian, please.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
I would just wish to emphasise something which I do believe as a council we say enough about, and that is the total success of the curbside bin emptying service. In all the years that I have been a member of the council and a member for the Mears Division, I have never had a complaint about dustbin emptying, about our bin emptying. The staff who carry out this service are invariably efficient. They always come at the same time the day, so you know when your bin is going to be collected. They are extremely helpful to the sort of people, the elderly people, who cannot get their bins necessarily to the front gate. This whole service operates on the basis of helping the public. I've had people complain about their bins being split, and within a day or 2 days, that bin has been replaced. They will even replace your blue bag if you let the service know that the bag has been nicked or has disappeared or is torn. So the service we operate through our curbside emptying is one of the very best in the country, and we don't say enough about this. We also fail to recall that during COVID, our bins were emptied every single week, and the guys on the bin emptying service had to travel around together in their cabs. And to my knowledge, there was never a complaint or a worry that really this was likely to spread that sort of disease. They are a dedicated bunch of people who empty our bins, and the whole service operates at a very high level, one of the best in the whole country. And I think we ought to shout a lot more as a council about the fact that this service is so efficient, so understanding of people's needs, and operates in such a high level of satisfaction. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, I've got Councillors Viv Parry, Councillor Dan Morris and Councillor Duncan Kerr. Viv Parry.
I just wanted to say that I'm afraid the chairman has a very short memory about waste, because I remember going round with him on the dustbins and giving all these people these wonderful bins and things out, and they thought it was highly wonderful. How wonderful that this council is doing this for us. I'm afraid they don't think that now. I get every day, and when I take my dogs out, walking in town, going for shopping and everything, they complain about the way they're treated with the waste bins and everything. Not the people that are coming round with the waste bins and taking it away, because they are very efficient and are well looked after it, and I always give them a good tip at Christmas. But I must say, if we have a higher amount of waste, it's because we have a very large county. But I have people who do not have the ability to get rid of any of the waste at all. So what is happening to it? It's being dumped. And I get lots of garden waste and things dumped all over my patch because most of it is countryside. I really would like to see it going back to the way it used to be. This used to be a very efficient council, and we used to have the highest waste disposal limit in all over England, actually, I should say. It used to be a pleasure for people to tell me how good we were, but I'm sorry they're not saying that at the moment. And I'm sorry, I think you're a bit wrong about it.
Thank you, Viv. Just to put that in context, we rode on that dustbin lorry when I was a scrutiny chair 9 or 10 years ago, and that was to develop the service for recycling. So there we go. I haven't forgotten. Okay, Councillor Dan Morris.
Thank you, Chair. Like Viv Parry, I also give the binmen a little tip at Christmas. I always find it, and they're very, very friendly and very, very nice to see. I would just also say we have a very successful introduction of the recycling bins. That went very, very well. And just a point on the booking in system. Every successful organisation trials things, reviews them, and then makes a decision as to whether or not they're working or not. And this is what happened in this case. And I would, congratulate the portfolio holder on this this trial. He looked at it and decided it didn't work. So well done. Thank you.
So, Councillor Duncan Kerr, then Councillor Leslie Picton.
Obviously, I welcome this, and I'm grateful for the effort that's gone into it. There's a lot of work, and I realise that. This is very important. I mean, carbon emissions from waste are a major source of the problems that we're in. And unfortunately, and it's always nice to think, can we go back to the old days? We just binned it and forgot it and didn't have to worry about it. We have a major programme of educating the public into a new way of dealing with their waste. And that's a hard job. I do get that's a hard job. And there have been many people saying, I didn't used to do that. Why are you telling me to do it now? So it is a difficult area for the council to get involved with. Obviously, I wish we'd started it earlier, but we are where we are. And I can just say this, and a good strategy to take us forward. I would urge all councillors to explain to the public why we're doing this, not just in terms of cash savings, but in terms of carbon savings, because people don't see it in that way. They don't think about the carbon involved in all the vehicles that are going around and all the processing of this waste. But they need to, because if we're ever going to make progress, it's going to be from the council doing things, but individuals understanding and contributing to that. So I just wanted to really say that. Just a word on those people who give lots of money to the bin men. Do be a bit careful. I think the council's got policies on grants and donations to staff. So yes, be careful.
I'm not entirely sure Veolia don't have their own policy where they're not supposed to take them. But there you go. Councillor Leslie Picton.
It really just on the back of what Councillor Kerr said, without a doubt, when I was the waste portfolio holder, and I'm sure Councillor Nellens has seen the same thing, one of the best ways to educate everybody is to start with the children. Because actually I see so much impact from the children talking to their parents about recycling and the benefits of recycling, and that we should do more of. And Councillor Kerr is right, we need to make a greater efforts to explain to the public why we need people to recycle. I was just going to pick up on one point about, and Councillor Morrison's mentioned it, about the trial of the household recycling centre. The irony is not lost on me that I had a phone call from the leader of Powys County Council yesterday talking to me about why we had scrapped our household booking system when they're just about to implement one. I should say that that is not run by a Conservative council. It's my colleagues on the right over here. And the other thing is, I have heard an awful lot about this petition, Councillor Wagner, but I've never seen it. I've never seen the petition. I don't know anybody that signed it, but I'm sure the Liberal Democrats will be very grateful for you harvesting 6,000 contact email addresses and phone numbers. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right. It's all right. I can't see you. You're sideways, so. I didn't mean it literally like that. You understand what I mean? So, okay. Councillor Roy Oldcroft, you reserved your right. Have you got anything that you wish to say?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
Good news to everybody's ears. Councillor Ian Nellens.
Thank you very much for those comments. First of all, to Councillor Alex Wagner, I never saw your petition either. Having said that, you asked why we stopped it, or what we didn't do a U-turn. Actually, we amended it. Some of the issues were brought up. Veolia wanted to keep it. Veolia find it a very good system. It does work elsewhere. As I highlighted to everybody before, I've sent out how it works in Kent as a good example. It was the people of Shropshire who didn't want it, and a lot of them lobbied us. And it was a Conservative group who on the doorstep came back to me to say, this is not going down well with residents. So we re-looked at it. We didn't stop it for vans and trailers, because that's the most likely way that trade waste or non-titled waste is being brought in. And we have insisted on keeping a form of identification or proof of residency, so that we do take in Shropshire residents' waste. Veolia pushed back on that slightly to start with, because they said they couldn't check, without a booking system, they couldn't check on all the postcodes, which I reminded them that the average soldier stands on gate, can check some identification, so I'm sure their staff can do the same thing. And when you narrow it down, there's only a number of postcodes, and I believe some of our opposition groups were asking to realise that there's also TF postcodes in Shropshire as well as SY. There are also CW, there are also WV, and what's your D something down in Clibbery Mortimer there, Dudley Registry. So we are aware of this, So all it really needs is those first two letters and maybe the first two numbers, and there's about 25 of them at maximum. You can put them on one A4 piece of paper, and if in doubt, look at it. But if the address says Shrewsbury, you know that's in Shropshire. I'd like to think. If the address says Nantwich, you know they're not entitled. So we've got over that hurdle now. It just took a little bit of direction, but that has happened, and there will be the odd one gets in, but people can improve their in from Shropshire. They'll be more than welcome to bring their qualified or respective waste into the facility. Viv, I'm not quite sure where you were going there, but every household in the local authority area has the ability to get rid of their rubbish. Every household has that ability. So if they haven't, I'd be keen to know how that is, because fly tipping has been an issue. It continues to be an issue, and it is being addressed. I can tell you now that there are fixed penalty notices have been issued recently, and more are have been identified and will be issued in the very near future, because we know the hot spots. The crews are going through the kit, and we are identifying people, because believe it or not, you're responsible for your waste, no matter who takes it away. If your identification is found that you've been responsible for that waste, and can face a fixed penalty notice. So that warning needs to go out to residents to make sure they do get rid of their waste in a legitimate way. Duncan, thanks for your points on the education. I'm now a bin spotter as well as a bus stopper. I see bins I see purple recycling bins with cardboard in them. I see bins with cans in them, etc. One of the good ways, you mentioned kids, the crucial crew that we've had running Ulster and Shrewsbury in particular, the work they've done, and our teams have been involved with them, educating the kids so they can go back and educate their parents, and more of that will be beneficial. But overall, I think this is a good policy, and I hope you all can support it. Thank you.
Okay, we will move to the vote then. All those in favour, please, of support the recommendation, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Unanimous. Okay, so we will therefore move on to item 12, which is the HRA 30-year business plan. I will just mention that I sit on the Star Housing Board as a member of that on behalf of the council. I don't believe that gives me an interest. I haven't taken advice on that, but I am just mentioning it. I think, is Caroline, is it you that? Who else?
No, it's Rachel.
Rachel Conley, that's it. Okay, she's not here, so she don't need to do it then. See, years of doing this job, I'm getting good.
Getting the hang of it.
Okay, I am, yeah, at last. So I'm going to invite Councillor Dean Carroll as the portfolio holder for housing and assets to present the report. Move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This 30-year business plan that we're bringing forward for approval is about future-proofing the housing revenue account and the future of Star Housing as our ALMO and our remaining housing stock. Now, what we've seen over the course of the last 13 years since the ALMO was established is that over the course of the Right to Buy programme, that stock has gradually dwindled. We haven't been able to replace it at similar levels due to A, lack of available land within the housing revenue account, and B, due to the financial constraints of the borrowing cap that was in place. By lifting the borrowing cap as proposed here, that will enable us not just to invest in redevelopments, but invest in new expanded developments, as we have done already in places like Aspen Grange in Western Ryn, which has opened very successfully. But the borrowing cap in place at the moment limits our ability to continue expanding beyond that. So by raising the borrowing cap, and as is set out in the report, how that will be funded by moving from reletting on a prevailing rent model, which means that you take the initial pre-tenancy rent levels and adjust for inflation, to moving to a reletting on target rent
levels, which means that you relet against what the standard rent would be, the target rent for that kind of property would be. That will accommodate, together with the additional rents from the new build properties, will accommodate the servicing of the additional borrowing within the HRA. The split of how the funding will be spent, the new borrowing will be spent, and the profiling of that over future years is included in 5.2. As you'll be able to see from that, the majority of the additional borrowing will be for the new build development programme. However, some of that will be used in the retrofitting programme as match funding for central government funding that we're applying for to help us reach our net zero targets as set out. The other thing to draw your attention to is in section 9.10, that sets out the current debt position of the HRA. Now, the big figure at the top, the original 2012 Public Works Loan Board borrowing, accounts for Shropshire's proportion of the national housing debt, as was established as the baseline at that time and is common to all local authorities who have existing housing stock retained. In that time, you can see that we've only taken an additional £8.8 million in borrowing. And whilst we do have some headroom to move into in the next 1 to 5 years, the additional borrowing request of an additional 51 million on top of that will set up the housing revenue account for sustainability for the next 30 years, which is the purpose of this paper. Now, there are recommendations 3.1 to 3.3 that go into how the money will be allocated and spent, and briefly outlines, as I've described, how it will be financed. I'm happy to take any questions, but I think that is a broad brush summary of the business plan.
Okay, and that is being seconded by Councillor Mark Jones, is that correct? All right. So I've got Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you very much. I welcome this. I welcome the increased borrowing provision because in reality, if we're going to tackle the housing crisis, we actually need to build far more council homes. And if we're going to tackle the climate emergency, we need to decarbonise our housing stock. And so clearly, we need the headroom to see how far we can do that. And I have some confidence, having experienced some of the committees that are involved in this. I have some confidence in the management that we now have in both Star and related to that in Cornovi. So I think this is a good step. I think, essential to this, though, is that the government also steps up to support the development of council homes, that the 1.5 million target is a dangerous target unless it is absolutely focused on building social housing and making and protecting social housing. So we also need changes to the right to buy rules, which I believe will come. And to yesterday's report from the climate, the CCC Climate Committee, once again focused our minds on both transport and decarbonising heating in homes. So once again, so we absolutely do need national government funding to support that programme. And finally, we need a future homes standard, which absolutely guarantees zero carbon new homes with low bills for householders. And I just hope that MHCLG will not drag its feet on that in its efforts to try and get 1.5 million homes of whatever standard we end up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Kidd, then Councillor Ruth Allen.
I too support this. As a long-term campaigner on actually providing social rented housing across the board, actually, and I have 13 for a housing association being built in my village as we speak. This is a really important step forward, and we really do need to be targeting the sort of housing that actually is required across the county. I think we have a problem in that there are only 2 areas of Shropshire that actually had existing council house housing, which are Bridgenorth and Oswestry. So actually spreading that out and getting Star to do more will be really vitally important. having had various conversations about this in the last couple of days, I am really concerned that in the past, Star Housing had been putting in air source heat pumps, which are a really good thing to put in, but you have to put it in with the right sort of insulation to make them viable. And that hadn't happened in the past. So we have an opportunity now to make sure that all of these properties are upgraded, that they're comfortable for residents to live in, and that their homes are places that they really want to be and they can afford to run. So I think all of that alongside decarbonising properties is vitally important. I also echo Julian's wish that the government steps up to the plate with this, because the targets in the local plan are stretching for us to find extra land on, but actually that land needs to deliver the very houses we need, not necessarily the houses for people outside, although that's part of the whole picture. So this is an important part of the whole picture that I can support. Thank you.
Councillor Isabel.
Thank you, Chair. I too support this, and I think it's a really good way forward for Oswestry and Bridge North, where the majority of the housing stock is with Star Housing. But I am still very concerned and disappointed that as a council, we seem unable to prevent housing associations and providers outside of those areas who are still sort of disposing of stock, and that's very concerning, particularly in the southwest. And I know I say this every time, but we're not moving forward. We're still unable to do any development other than having huge environmental impacts on local rivers. So although I do support this, the council must have, in my view, more teeth with the housing providers who are still disposing of stuff where they can't redevelop. And although they say every time, and they do, I know, invest capital receipt from sales in my division into new stock, it is not in the Bishop's Castle area, but quite often outside. Well, always outside, actually.
I can finish the sale now.
I've got two.
Okay. Good. Was that like a joint thing again?
No.
Okay. I am going, therefore, to now go back to Councillor Mark Jones, who reserved his right. Didn't have anybody else on my list, so.
Yeah, Councillor Mark Jones, Gilboyne, Slatton, West Rin. I'm over here for those who can't see me. I know it's a bit difficult in this room for seeing people.
I don't think you can miss that tie, actually, Mark. So.
We ought to have a little vision of who's speaking on the front as well, but there we go. So yeah, I wanted to share a few key points regarding the 30-year plan, which will significantly impact Star Housing and Shropshire Council's ability to manage, repair and maintain council homes to the highest standards. This plan will also ensure we meet all the new regulatory requirements such as AWAB's law and the consumer standards. One of the major highlights of the plan is it will release funds to ensure that all homes achieve an EPC rating of C by 2030. Additionally, the new plan includes additional borrowing of 51 million over the next 10 years, which will allow Star Housing and the council to build, get this figure, everybody, 500 new homes within the next 5 years. Among these, 75 will be specialist accommodations, including bungalows, adapted properties, and specialist homeless accommodation. Furthermore, the paper outlines the opportunity to turbocharge CDL's borrowing to put an extra 20 million over 3 years to deliver 80 new private rented sector homes. CDL's recently launched PRS arm in partnership with the council, focusing on key workers and residents in Shropshire. Actually, the initial 20 homes let under the scheme, 35% have been allocated to key workers, and the council benefits financially due to on lending and capital growth. So there you go. We're looking forward to new growth or bigger growth in the sector, as Councillor Dean has suggested. We really do need to keep our areas growing in housing. So thank you.
Thank you. Right, I will go back to Councillor Dean Carroll. You don't need to stand up and show us where you are.
I think everybody's got the hang of where I am by the end of the meeting. I'd just like to thank colleagues across the chamber for their support for Star and for the the 30-year business plan, to come on to a couple of the specific questions that were raised. In terms of Julian, the future home standard, as you'll see in 6.3, we are committed to or already aligned to the future home standard 2025. And as said, where possible, we are building in excess of the requirements of building regulations to contribute to the net zero targets. Heather, in terms of the question of spreading beyond Bridgnorth and Oswald Street, as I briefly touched on in the introduction, a part of the problem that Star Housing have had in expanding their housing stock beyond just redevelopment of existing sites has been having the capital not just to do the development work but also to acquire the land. The additional space in the borrowing limits for the housing revenue account will enable the acquisition of new sites, both brownfield and greenfield sites around the county, not just in the Oswald Street and Bridgnorth areas, in order to deliver more affordable housing and social housing in our communities in places where they're needed, not just where we have the existing land to utilise. In terms of your question about the retrofitting as well, or your comment about the retrofitting, we were successful in wave 1 and wave 2 funding. As you'll see on the agenda later, there will be an application going in for more funding, and our match funding element of that, as is laid out in this paper here, will come from the increased borrowing headroom. I'm conscious I don't want to speak more about that because I am aware that paper is in private session. We'll cover it later, but just as reassurance that is not far from our thoughts at any point in time. Ruth, you and I have talked about the disposal by particularly one specific social landlord at length before. I agree with you entirely on the problem that raises. We, when I say we, the leader and I have met repeatedly with both the current and previous chief executives and directors of that organisation to lay out A, the problem that causes our communities, B, how unacceptable we find it, and C, to try and find ways forward that will prevent the loss of homes in those really rural areas. And it's not just in the southwest of the county it happens, but I do appreciate it does largely happen in the southwest as well. Unfortunately, there is no, and you talk about teeth, or there are no legislative teeth we really have that we can unleash upon them. And that I would hope for the future that we can, as we have in the past, written to government asking for changes so that we can tackle that inequality in distribution of affordable housing. I hope that in the future we will write to the new government as well, and the new council will choose to write to the new government asking them to prioritise it. Whether they will or not is beyond my remit to know. However, I suspect that given some of the things that have been decided in the last 6 to 12 months, that may not be the case, unfortunately. But there we go. We have recommendations 3.1 to 3.3. Thank you, Mark, as well, for all of your work and support with Star Housing. And thank you to Vince and now Rachel for their work on the Star Housing Board. I move recommendation 3.1 to 3.3.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, as you've just heard, 3.1 to 3.3 are the recommendations. All those happy to approve those, please show. Any against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 13, proposal to replace the Children's Improvement Board with a Children's Partnership Ambitions Board. I'm going to invite Councillor Kirsty Hurst-Knight as the Portfolio Holder for Children and Education, present the report, move that the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Kirsty.
Thank you, Chair. I won't stand up because even standing you probably won't see me at 5 foot. So we'll crack on. This is good news. This is really good news. Really welcome bringing this to Council today. The Children's Improvement Board, which was established in early 2024, was in response to the Ofsted Focus visit the previous November and has been effective in meeting its aims and is therefore proposed to replace it with the Children's Partnership Ambitions Board. Members were informed in March 2024 that a focus visit had been conducted by Ofsted in November 2023, focusing on children in need. During the focus visit, the Executive Director of People and the Chief Executive Officer recommended to myself to establish this board. I want to also pay tribute and thank you to the cross-political party working, the challenge, the scrutiny. It's been a real success, which is why we hence the change of name. And it was really interesting yesterday at scrutiny, we could see caseloads had reduced for our social workers, and everything that the board set out to do, we are pretty much there. So just welcome the report, the progress that's been made over the 12 months, everybody that's been involved. It has been ambitious, but we've got there. And I move the recommendation 3.1 for the change of the name and accept the action plan and the terms of reference. Thank you.
Peggy, I believe you're seconding this, is that correct? Are you going to speak or withhold your right? Right. Councillor Houghton.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Hurst-Knight on this. This is a sort of positive, natural progression from the detailed work that's been undertaken by the cross-party Children's Improvement Board. There are still challenges around recruiting experienced social workers. There are still some potential delays with some of the legal proceedings, but there has been huge progress made, and I think now is the right time, after nearly 18 months of that Children's Improvement Board, to move forward and be much more aspirational with ambitious outcomes for young people. So I fully support this. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Duncan Kerr and Councillor Tony Parsons.
Yeah, I also support this. I'd like to pay testimony to Councillor Kirsty's work in actually bringing this forward and her style of leadership, which I think has brought all parties together. I'm delighted that the external agencies are fully involved in the new Partnership Ambitions Board. I think that's a good step. There's one figure in the middle of this report, which probably most people won't understand what it means, but it says that 50% of families or children that get to what's called PLO, Public Law Outline, quite a serious stage in the whole proceedings, are then returned to their families. They don't go on into the care system. That's an incredible result. And I just think members need to understand what that means, because that means an awful lot of work is going on, also very carefully considered support packages needed to make that happen. So I just pay testament to the team, pay testament to the work that's been done, and look forward to a future going forward in the future, and perhaps expanding beyond the children's services, because if I've got a concern, it's a bit about that when it comes to the welfare of children, that's an issue for the whole council. And children's services obviously lead at the high end of it, but other parts of the council, I know legal services are intimately involved in this, but other parts of the council have a part to play in that. And I sometimes think we could perhaps do a bit more to build that partnership approach.
Councillor Tony Parsons.
Yeah, we're fully supportive of this, and it's another example of how working together collaboratively that we're able to get some difficult issues not absolutely resolved at this point in time, but certainly moving in the right direction. And this change will bring in other partners that have not been in the process so far, particularly from education, and we feel that this will strengthen the board moving forward, and are fully supportive of it.
Okay. Councillor Mullock, come back to you.
Just a comment. It was good to work in a cross-party board to help bring about the improvements needed from the Ofsted visit. Our children's services team have certainly stepped up to bring the improvements needed. However, they're not content to sit back now, but can see that the way forward is to bring our aspirations and ambitions to carry on the good work with the future board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirsty Hurst-Knight.
No, just thank you everybody for your comments and contribution on the board, and hopefully the next portfolio holder, whoever that may be, takes forward this and carries it on, because it is good work and there is a value in it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sounds like everybody's in support. However, we will move to the vote. All those happy to take the recommendations and receive the report, be agreed. Oh, crikey, I didn't even look up, they're all up. Anybody against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, item 14 is the Children's Participation and Impact Strategy. That will be Councillor Kirsty Hurst-Knight again.
Thank you, Chair. Another good news report, hopefully. The Children's Participation and Impact Strategy. This report sets out Shropshire Council's commitment to the importance of effective participation of children and young people and the co-production of services that affect them. This strategy is not just about the statutory duties, but I think it's a clear indication about our passion for the children and young people of Shropshire and their views to be heard at the very heart of all that we do. During both the inspection in February 2022 and the focus visit in July 2024, Ofsted inspectors identified that the participation of children in influencing strategic planning was not as sufficiently developed as that which leaders aspire to, and that more needs to be done to ensure that young people are actively involved and engaged in attending and influencing the corporate parenting agenda. That said, we made changes. There are examples of excellent participation now across children's services, including the co-chairing of our corporate parenting panel by a young person, the Children in Care Council, our Education Council for Looked After Children, and the activities of the virtual school, including the newly launched Shropshire Voice Choir, although they haven't invited me to sing. Our detached youth team and Town Council in Market Drayton are excellent examples, and I believe Shrewsbury Town Council too have the Youth Town Council. The voices of parents and carers are also being heard through our hub advisory groups, shaping the development of our community and family hubs, our drop-in sessions, and the Shropshire Virtual School Youth Council recently came to corporate parenting and again to Cabinet, and we've taken forward some of their points raised to make change. Our participation officer in early help is working across services to create a culture change in participation and bring services together with a shared aim. We're striving for inclusivity and including the voice of children and young people with special educational needs, including their parents and carers. And with Shropshire in mind, we really want to reach rural areas, and reach these children and young people is imperative. I want to thank everybody that's been involved in this work, leading on this strategy, to our incredible committed officers, People's Overview Scrutiny Committee that heard this yesterday and endorsed this change. And I'd just like to finally say it's been easy for me to be an ambassador as a portfolio holder for change. Excuse me. I've been so well supported by Cabinet, fantastically committed officers, and many, not all, but most councillors in this room today. So our ambition, our vision and our aspirations for children is certainly in a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that's being seconded by Councillor Nick Bardsley. Is that correct?
Reserve my right.
And reserving your rights. Councillor Ruth Houghton.
Thank you,
You're
Chair.
on mission today, aren't you?
Thank you, Chair. This paper was discussed lengthily at People's Scrutiny yesterday, and it's really positive and some really good outcomes. And we've heard a lot this morning about looking backwards, not forwards, but actually this paper does look forward because it looks towards the youth of our county to get them involved in local government and far more engaged in service development, and how services can be improved or changed to meet their needs as well as those of the wider communities. One of the challenges that came up yesterday, and this is a really classic report where it does need a rural proofing view, because by young people taking part in these activities and engaging with local democracy in rural areas, if they don't get that school bus home, they don't get home at all. So it's very difficult, and much more difficult for those young people living in very rural communities to be able to take part. And there's a lot of the discussion yesterday, which isn't actually covered in this report, focused on how that could be overcome with some quite good suggestions. So I think it's to be commended. I support this report, but there is a bit more work to do on that wider engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Claire Wild. Sorry, I couldn't see you right at the back in the shadow there.
Right, sorry. I just wanted to say a few words about Kirsty, our portfolio holder. I think she has done an incredible job, and she has worked so hard And doing something like this and bringing it forward involves so much hard work and dedication that I think she should be congratulated on all the input she's had into this. Thank you.
I think most people, if not everybody, would agree with that. Okay, Councillor Bardsley.
Thank you, Chair. In end of April, beginning of May, apologies. At the end of April, Chairman, I will have been a Shropshire councillor for more or less 12 years, and throughout that period, I will have been either deputy or cabinet member for Children's Services and School. It's been a real privilege, and I want to thank all my fellow councillors for all their support throughout that period. I particularly want to pay tribute to the fabulous staff we have in Children's Services and, of course, in the great schools we have here in Shropshire. I'm particularly pleased that the council just a short while ago has approved a new strategic operating model and the appointment again of a dedicated post of Director of Children's Services. I think quite a few members, and certainly our Chief Executive, will remember the last full-time holder of this post, Karen Bradshaw. The two of them sat together on the 5th floor, and luckily our Chief Executive's got a very good sense of humour. I was lucky enough to be a cabinet member for part of Karen's regime. She was passionate, as I was. We agreed over a great many issues, but not everything. But Karen was also a very proud daughter of the Potteries, and as she said, a passionate Stokey. She didn't really tolerate dissent, especially from councillors. So you might imagine that we did have one or two fairly spectacular disagreements and indeed rows, but remained good friends. This is my last council meeting, Chairman. So I hope that the council, when you get round to making an appointment of a new Director of Children's Services, you will, of course, be looking for professional expertise, experience, but I hope very much passion and indeed a fierce passion as well. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Okay, Kirsty, back to you.
Just being pulled up on a point of accuracy, I'm so sorry that 3.1 is no longer needed in the report because scrutiny actually endorsed it yesterday. So it's actually 3.2, the recommendation that I put forward. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Houghton, for your questions. As you know, the early help lead has already picked the discussion up from scrutiny yesterday, and Transport are looking forward to conversations about how we support rural youth. Thank you, Councillor Wild, for your kind words. And I just would like to finally say I can't think of a meeting now where children's isn't discussed. Whether it's a public question I'm replying to, a member question or a paper, we really have brought children's into the forefront of everything we do, so long may that continue too. Thank you.
Okay, so as you've just heard, we have only got 3.2 now as the recommendation. All those in favour, please show. The against, abstentions, unanimous. Thank you, Kirsty. So we will move on to item 15, which is the annual report of portfolio holder for finance, corporate resources and communities. Councillor Gwilym Butler as the portfolio holder for what I've just said, but let me say it again, may present the report, move the recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Councillor Gwilym Butler, portfolio holder for finance, corporate resources and communities. Very often when I announce my portfolio, people do not see past the finance. And this report also outlines what else over and above the finance that I look after. The finances are obviously scrutinised at length elsewhere, but this report brings out all the other areas I've been involved with. I would like to thank all the teams and staff I've worked with over the past 4 years. The finance team led by James and Ben,
particularly outside of finance, Sam Williams in HR, Tim Collard in legal, Carol Fox in health and safety, and Jane Chathui in communities, and all the other staff involved. I'd also like to thank my Deputy, Councillor Simon Jones, who has helped my capacity, specifically around town and parish councils and the VCSA. And I'm proud that the council is on a firm footing to become a modern, efficient and sustainable, getting right sized for the next generation. I'm not going to go into great detail on the report. It is all there, and I'm happy to take questions. I move the report to be noted.
Okay. I'm looking around the room. Okay. William, you have the right to reply. Would you like to? Would you like to reply?
I think they've heard enough of me.
All right. So this report is only for noting. So I don't believe we need to take a vote on it, do we? So everyone was content to note that. We will move on to the annual report of the People Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So I'm going to invite Councillor Peggy Mullock to present the report.
Okay.
Peggy.
Yes.
Yes.
I'd like to introduce the annual report of the People Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which looks back at the work of the committee for the previous municipal year, 2023-24. Over the year, the People Committee has considered a full range of topics from its remit, including market management, monitoring performance, and reports from Ofsted and the Care Quality Commission. I will take the report as read, so we'll not go through each of these topics, but I would like to highlight one of the key areas covered by the committee in 23-24. As I assured Council when I presented the annual report for 22-23, a key focus for the committee was children and young people's mental health provision. The committee continued this focus and invited system colleagues to attend, seeking assurance on improvements in referral and waiting times, access for rural populations and support for children looked after. Through scrutinising this topic, we were able to identify new sites for delivering services to young people in rural areas and highlighted the impact of COVID and the cost of living crisis on children's mental health. I would like to assure members that this remains a key area of focus for the committee and has broadened into a joint piece of cross-committee work with the HOSC, where we've been looking at adult mental health provision, the findings of which I look forward to sharing with you in the 24-25 annual report. I would like to conclude by thanking the members of the committee who actively took part, each bringing their own knowledge and experience to the topics covered over the year. I would also like to thank our officers and partners for their commitment to supporting this work. Thank you.
Okay. Once again, Kirsty.
I just wanted to echo what Councillor Mullock has said, and as portfolio holder say thank you, because we have made effective change, and the challenge has been, proof in the pudding, coin the leader phrase, that actually we are in a better place for children's mental health. Long way to go, but holding everybody to account, really good session, so thank you.
Thank you. Sound like that. Good. Thank God that's gone off. Okay, Peggy. You have the right to sum up. Nobody else has indicated. You only got Kirsty's comments. Are you content for me to move on, or good? Again, this doesn't need a second. It is only for members to note. I assume everybody's content to note the report. So we will move on. Thank you, members. We picked up a little bit of speed. We might be home by 5 o'clock, but we might not. Yeah. So we've now got item 17, which is the annual report of the portfolio holder for adult social care and public health. So I'm going to invite Councillor Cecilia Motley as that portfolio holder to present her report, remove the report and the recommendations so they can be received and agreed. Cecilia.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman, and I'm very pleased to be able to present the annual report for adult social care and public health for 23-24. As you know, we've all been through a very difficult period. I don't want to dwell on that particularly, but it has particularly impacted, I think, on the whole area of social care and public health. and demand across the sector, which is growing all the time with an elderly population presenting with increasingly complex needs, leading to rising costs and under ever more stringent budget pressures. However, through all this, adult social care is on target to meet its savings programme and is working hard and indeed leading the charge to transform services, particularly through early intervention and prevention, to help keep people supported and in their own homes, rather than having to use residential care and working with health partners to deliver integrated community services to assist with earlier discharge from hospital. This is an initiative that has been really undertaken over the last 2 years. And I think all areas of the health service and the social services have recognised the need to try and get the discharge situation out of hospital sorted out. And the adult social care team here have done a fantastic job in really concentrating on that. And it's particularly worth mentioning in this the development of assistive technology, which people can use in their own homes, and also the START service, which is working within the domiciliary care setting, providing reablement care for people in their own homes to help and support them at their recovery. And that is all part of our services to improve the transformation and preventative work that's going on in both service delivery to our residents in Shropshire. And throughout all this, adult social care has continued to meet its statutory obligation under the Care Act and meet needs as cost effectively as possible, whilst maintaining good quality care and meeting individual needs. Members will doubtless be aware that way back in June, and it does seem as though it was another life ago almost, the Adult Social Care Directorate went through a full Care Quality Committee inspection. Members may be slightly dismayed to know that we still await the final response from the CQC, which is due shortly. Just turning quickly to public health. Public health has also had a very busy time and has also been concentrating very hard on the whole preventative side. And I think it's worth just shedding a little bit of light too on the on the distribution of funding for public health, which has always been inequitable and is still unfortunately inequitable. The 2025-26 distribution of funding for public health for Shropshire is the 14th lowest out of 153 authorities. Shropshire's per capita allocation is £42.10, as opposed to Telford and Wrekin with an allocation of £78 and with a population 45% lower than ours. And I think that just illustrates the difficulties that we face when, as a large rural local authority, trying to get governments, and I'm not just saying this government, but previous governments, to recognise the difficulties of delivering services across a very wide rural area. So that's why I basically have brought that up here. Another cornerstone of the public health programme is the whole prevention and collaborative working. And one of the really great initiatives from that has been the community and family hubs, which have been set up in 5 of our market towns, and that more of these will be coming on stream. And I'm delighted to inform members, if they didn't already know, that there is also a women's health hub, which is situated at the new Highley Medical Centre. There's also a very strong focus on prevention in terms of reducing smoking and vaping amongst young people, a strong alcohol and drugs programme, assisting mental health and diabetes, together with a suicide awareness programme. I would also just like to give a mention to the Health and Wellbeing Board, which I am fortunate enough to co-chair, along with Simon Whitehouse, the Chief Executive of the ICB. This has been doing a lot of collaborative work.
If you could wind up now, Cecilia, that would be good, thank you.
I will, absolutely. And that's really all I want to say. The paper is in front of you. And I'm very happy to take questions. Sorry for going on, but it's a big subject.
Oh, no, that's all right. You didn't go on too much. So, I've got councillors Bernie Bentic, and then Heather Kidd, and then Leslie Picton. Bernie, that's you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take this opportunity to applaud the portfolio holder, the directors of adult social care and public health, and all officers for their outstanding dedication, professionalism, quality of work and outcomes in their departments in very challenging financial circumstances. I think credit is fully due. I've noted that there are options for scaling down various areas of resource. And can I ask the portfolio holder to confirm that the activities and posts for services assisting the admission and discharge of patients from Shropshire's health services will not be curtailed or affected, as a reduction would risk worsening acute care outcomes, including deterioration of illness and increased mortality. I'd like to congratulate officers on the success of the technology-enabled care and its role in improving the quality and efficiency of the adult care offer, plus the Early Start initiative. The delivery of the 5 community and family hubs is very welcome, and I look forward to expansion of their facilities. However, the people of South Shrewsbury have been left behind in this respect, in that the local offer is very limited and fragmented. I note that Highley has a population of 3,700 and has a very good health hub. Shrewsbury has a population of 70,000 and there is no dedicated health hub in the south of the river. I've consistently requested a single main site in South Shrewsbury and highlighted Louise House as a suitable site for a community and family hub. Will the portfolio holder commit to exploring Louise House immediately for this purpose, accepting that there are other health services currently operating there? Turning to mental health, I'm just delighted to see that the waiting lists have been cleared for the areas of mental health that the council is responsible for. However, the risk of suicide in Shropshire is significantly above the England mean at 12.5 per 100,000. Will the portfolio holder please prioritise actions to reduce this figure? Finally, there is national recognition that resources for women's health lag behind other services. For example, gynecology outpatient waiting times are significantly greater than most other specialties. The Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists launched a Better for Women strategy in 2019, focusing on information and education throughout life, including the establishment of women's health hubs. But where is the one in Shrewsbury and where are the ones in the other market towns, accepting that Highley does have one? In 2022, the Department of Health and Social Care set out a 10-year strategy of commitment to improve the health of women across the UK. So will the portfolio holder please advise what is being done to implement these strategies for the women of Shropshire? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Kidd, then Leslie Picton. Heather.
Thank you. And I really do understand the poor nature of the funding that both public health and actually our health services in general receive across the county. And we're always lagging Telford and Wrekin, which concerns me greatly because delivering our services in rural areas is particularly difficult. I particularly welcome the family hubs and look forward to those being set up in the Bishop's Castle area because of the distances that we all have to travel to get to a health hub of any form. I'm particularly concerned that I have seen the NHS claim those health hubs as being theirs and being a service that they provide, which is in some cases blatantly untrue. I think we need to make sure that if people are going to herald a health hub, it's for the right reasons and not because they're covering their own backs about delivery. And I've certainly seen that happen in Ludlow, where Shropcom are virtually not involved in it at all. What I would also like to say is one of the reasons that the new operating model might well help us here, just to go back to something else, is that on several occasions I have such poor road surfaces that actually carers can't get into a property for someone to be discharged from hospital. I'm hoping that the new operating model will mean that there will be an integration between highways and social care and so on, so that where we have someone bed blocking, then actually there is a priority given to the road so that the carers will come in and out, because most of them won't risk their cars to do that. And I have a case of that at the present time. But in the past, I've also had carers who cannot get out or cannot get into home again. So there are several sides of that. So if the operating model works well and the backroom services work well, that should help across the board for many of these things. So I hope that the portfolio holder could take that on board and set in motion a priority system such that we don't cause bed blocking and we don't stop people from caring in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, Leslie, leading by example, has said she no longer needs to speak. But Councillor Julia Evans has indicated that she would like to. Julia.
Thank you, Chair. It was just to say that this is a massive report, and it was all the work that's gone into it is absolutely really progressive by the looks. I just wanted to ask, and being a recipient of it as well, one of my relatives is, and I can tell you that the amount of input that went in last year was quite massive, and we've got one of these genie things because the person I'm looking after won't want to have carers in, but this is a support, this is eyes on that person to make sure that they're okay, and it works pretty well, although it annoys him sometimes. I just wanted to ask, because the proof's in the pudding, really, and it's just a question, and you might not be able to answer now, but with the substance misuse, I was just wondering how that is operational. Is it people individually staying at home being supported, or are these substance misuse hubs that people can go to? Because usually people go into substance misuse treatments and it's unsuccessful. I was just wondering, what is the success rate and how it looks, basically, and that the trust that runs our Redwood Centre does operate substance misuse hubs nationally, and have they been tapped into? Thank you.
Okay, I think that covers everybody who wishes to say anything. Cecilia.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. And I will, if, with your indulgence, I will just, at the end of my wrapping up, just take a couple of minutes.
Yeah, you had asked me at the beginning,
to
and
introduce
I did agree
another subject, which hopefully will be of interest to members, which jolly well should be anyway.
We'll actually take those couple of minutes. Would you like to take them after the vote? There is no vote.
No, there is no vote.
You can take them after the vote.
Councillor Bentinck, thank you for your many questions, but I just think that what you perhaps need to understand is that there is a perception in this county that Shrewsbury gets the largest slice of the cake for nearly every service that we provide. And therefore, I think it's, and also, as you know, that there is there's one of these community and family hubs at in Halscott, and that was the second one that was developed. It was started in Oswestry, It has gone down to Ludlow and other of the larger market towns, but we're really very keen to roll this out, particularly to those areas that on the whole do not benefit from this kind of service. So whilst I understand that you would like one in Shrewsbury, I fear on this occasion I must say to you that I think that there are other more needy areas which we will probably have to get to first. With regard particularly to women's health hubs, we started that in Highley at the same time as we opened the new medical centre at Highley. It has been very well accepted and used. And again, it's the same thing. Why not in Shrewsbury? Well, maybe Sath could do something in Shrewsbury without necessarily us having to take that initiative. I do feel very strongly about this business about equity of service around the county, and it is very difficult to achieve. With regard to your question about whether Louise House can be considered, I will certainly put that to officers and we'll see how that one works out. Heather, I must say it would be very nice if we could get a tie-up between highways and health to try and do something with regards to making sure that the roads are improved, so that people don't have to be kept in hospital because they can't get out because the roads are too bad. Whether we can ever actually achieve that, I don't think we can achieve that in this particular term of this council, I fear, but it's certainly one that we can put forward for the next administration. And Julia, thank you. I'm glad that your Jeannie is being helpful. With regard to substance misuse, I can certainly bring you up to date with that. There is a lot of work going on in the whole area of substance misuse at the moment, particularly in Shrewsbury. So if you will leave that with me, I'll be glad to get back to you. What I just finally wanted to say to members was that actually I was being a bit naughty because I said that we hadn't heard from the CQC, and we have heard from the CQC finally, but it did take them a very long time to come back to us. And I'm absolutely delighted to tell you that our fantastic staff and our fantastic directors and our just fantastic workforce in general have brought us back a good award from the CQC. And I would just like to just share with you a couple of the comments that were made by the CQC. They found that the local authority had a committed and passionate workforce, passionate about growing our own. Second cohort of social workers supplied by the local authority has just graduated with a 100% pass rate, which was great at that time. The staff felt valued, well supported, and very positive about working for Shropshire Council. They found the working conditions very good. Their personal well-being was important to the local authority. People told us they enjoyed working for Shropshire Council, they felt valued and supported, and they spoke about the many training and career development opportunities available to them, and they placed high emphasis on staff well-being. In all this, there have been some fantastic leaders in this sector. Tanya Miles has been an absolute genius. She has really, really inspired. She has really pushed everybody hard, and they have responded so fantastically well. And although Rachel's public health directorate was not the main subject for this particular inspection, Rachel's team absolutely complement the work that the adult social care team do, and that very close working relationship really shows through. So I would just like to say hurrah to everybody. It's absolutely fantastic. Thank you.
Okay. So we're all going to be content to note that, and obviously the round of applause, I think, probably signalled to staff members congratulations on a very positive outcome. So well done, and thank you, Cecilia. Okay, we will move on slowly but surely. Item 18 is the appointments to committees, and I'm going to ask the council to confirm the changes as set out in the agenda papers. I believe there was one that was
Not ceased to be a member.
all right. Brian has the only change in the papers is that Brian Williams is to become a substitute and is not actually ceasing to be a member of said committee. Brian, are you going to second?
I think I could support that proposal.
Yeah, all right. All those in favour, please show. Good. I'm fairly sure that's unanimous, but just in case, anybody against or abstentions? No, that's unanimous. Okay. So now we will move on to the lengthy part of the meeting, the notices of motion. The following motions have been received in accordance with procedure rule 16. And the first one is the motion received from Councillor David Vasmer and supported by the Liberal Democrat group. And you may need to help me a little bit, tripping over myself, because I know I've had a number of, at times quite late amendments, Rosemary. So obviously I don't get time to read them and absorb them. So, David.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my speech has been somewhat sort of hijacked by the announcement earlier on today, and I do think that the releasing of the full business case during the course of the meeting was a political stunt, and I do think that one of the problems with the North West Relief Road, when you think about it, is the lack of transparency, the lack of information about the relief road, about the impact it will have, about the justification for it. And I mean, if you look, in 2019, we were told that the Karoo cost 71 million. Later on, it went to about 82 million.
David, are we actually speaking to the motion, or are we making a party political broadcast? I know you're happy there. You've made that clear. Are you withdrawing the motion, or are you leaving?
No, I'm not withdrawing the motion. But one of the problems, and I think that inquiry should address, is the way in which this scheme has been managed. The problem is that we have not been given the right information, and the information has been abused and used for, I think, party political purposes. And you know, today is, I mean, we had that debate, didn't we, in 2023, when we voted for 95 million.
No, I've just had, I'm sorry, sit down, Councillor Schofield. I've just taken the advice of the monitoring officer, and he has confirmed that he believes that the speaker is speaking as to why he wishes to have the inquiry. So if you'd like to continue, we will give you an extra 20 seconds for my bit in the interruption.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. So one of the problems, as I was saying, one of the problems is that we have not received the proper information. So we had that debate in 2023 when we voted by mistake for 95 million, and later on that was withdrawn. Later on we had the contract notice of construction, which is 110 million, but we never got a proper figure for the total cost of the road. And it was only when the external auditor came in and actually got a figure of 178 million that we actually started to get an idea of how much this was going to cost. And I think that the management of that was really poor, and that we need to look at the processes that we use for disseminating information, for giving information to scrutiny committees, to make sure that people have the right information before them. And I think we need that scrutiny inquiry to look at these issues. I mean, also the other issues that to do with, you know, how much best practice did we actually look at how other road schemes are managed? How much time did WSP take redesigning the road? Is a lot of work, unnecessary work, being done? It hasn't been properly managed. Was there a proper risk register, for example? Were proper procurement procedures in place? And I mean, externals was very concerned that the option of cancelling a road was not really considered in the slightest. And we need to make sure that projects, big capital investment projects in the future, are properly regulated, there's properly risk register. There's at each stage, we look at the way the scheme is going, how much money is being spent, whether it's too much, and whether alternative ways of implementing the project could be looked at. And I think we've gone headlong for the North West Relief Road without looking at all the options which are available, and the costs have just gone up and up and up. Deadlines have been missed constantly, and that's why we need an inquiry. We need to learn the lessons from this. And I have to say that I really do think that I've been a councillor in 2017, and I've opposed the North West Relief Road all along that time. And I just wish that the administration had been more open and honest, and we could have had a proper debate about it. But I feel we are always constrained. We are always trying to find out how things are being worked out, what the traffic survey information really told. And I think in future we need more transparency, we need more councillor engagement, and we need a better understanding of what the scheme like this how it will benefit the community as a whole.
Okay. Yeah. Well, first, Rosie, put your hand down just for a second, please. I've got Julian Deeps before you. They do come in order, and we may need to just have a quick word with you about yours anyway. So, Julian, I understand. Sorry, David, I understand. Are you accepting the amendment from the Green Group?
I am accepting the amendment.
Right. Okay. Do you think you need to speak to the bit that okay?
I do, absolutely.
Well, as we're accepting it into part of theirs, you can say a few words in the debate. However, obviously the original amendment is about having an inquiry. So I would need a seconder for that. Julian, do you want a second? I don't know. All right. Okay. This is where these things get even more complicated than building roads. Okay. So who is seconding formally? Rob. Okay. And reserving. Okay. For the detractors, I did take advice at the beginning, and the advice I was given was that the councillor was giving his views as to why there should be an inquiry, and I didn't really hear anything to deflect me away from agreeing with that decision. So, Julian, I will let you speak next, because you are obviously going to be part of this motion because they have accepted your section into their motion. So,
thank you very much. Thank you. So the addition that we are bringing to this motion is to call for a rapid piece of work to develop an off-ramp from this whole scheme. In other words, to go to government and negotiate ways to protect council taxpayers from the hit of £39 million wasted money on a scheme which is rapidly running out of road, and in particular to take the opportunity of the fact that we already have a cross-party supported scheme around Shrewsbury Moves, which addresses many of the supposed benefits of the North West Relief Road in terms of reducing congestion, but also in a 21st century way. So rather than just doing road building, we're talking about real modal shift, we're talking about developing public transport options, all sorts of stuff which is completely in line with government objectives, and hopefully with the council's objectives, and would be a much more sensible use of this money. Seems a perfectly sensible thing, and actually I put this to the senior members of the council and to senior officers during one of the budget consultation meetings, and certainly it didn't get poo-pooed as an idea at that stage. I'm sure it will do now. but that we should go and negotiate with government to see if we can transfer the funds in such a way that we protect the council taxpayer and at the same time actually address the issues in a way which is appropriate. I want to make that point because I think that there is a complete continued failure to admit the scale of risk. If you look at the table that was included in the budget papers, it says under scenario 2, risk of failure, e.g. doesn't get planning permission. I mean, that is such an understatement. So you've already given it planning permission, but now you haven't managed to get the section 106s over the line. And then you have to go back for planning permission again, because it turned out the emission report needed updated and changing, or actually was twice what was initially there. So that's one risk. And then another risk is that you have a full business case, which I have to quote this. So Leslie Picton is quoted in the paper as saying, "We look forward to demonstrating the value of the scheme to the government and to local people shortly." Well, you clearly don't, because you had this report on the table since November. It says November at the bottom of the report. You could have brought it to council before the pre-election period. You could therefore have then had the opportunity to take it to government. You've completely you've refused to do that, in effect, by tabling it today or publishing it today. You've absolutely made sure you do not have to bring it to council, so it becomes an issue for the next council to pick up the pieces from the mess that you've left us in. And we have to be absolutely clear. You also say that Britain needs to overcome the organised opposition to schemes. Yes, there's been organised opposition. At no stage have we slowed down this scheme. At no stage have the opponents slowed down. The slowing down of this scheme has been through through what the Environment Agency has said, through your inability to get a full business case to council in time, through continual resubmissions and re-estimations of the figures. That's what slowed down the scheme. If you look at the history of this scheme, each time there has been a delay. It hasn't been down to protests. It hasn't been down to judicial reviews, which are waiting in the wings. Of course they are, but we haven't got that far because you haven't even actually published your planning permission yet. So I absolutely reject that idea that the delay here is yours entirely, which is why you should take responsibility for looking for an off-ramp to protect the people of Shropshire from the costs that you are now burdening them with for a scheme which is clearly on the rocks.
Finished? Good. Excellent. Okay. Rosemary, you are now, Roger, all in good time, Roger. I promise you, I know that you're going to speak. You like to speak on most things. So I will look to you at some stage. Rosemary.
Okay, so while we believe in the Labour group that this project has been handled badly, we have no disagreement with Councillor Vasma on the fact that the project needs to be looked at in terms of its governance and the whole management of the project from start to finish. It's been a masterclass in hiding material from the public, from councillors. We don't want to spend £100,000 and more on an inquiry. So the Labour group propose that we remove the words from the resolution of inquiry funded from the development reserve and interest, etc. We remove that whole sentence and replace it with establish a task and finish group to consider the whole matter. Obviously, that will be after council returns in May.
Okay, that is. I'll bring you in, Tim.
Only to say that I think Julian was intending to amend the motion to be a task and finish group. I just raised the question at that point as to whether that was a straight negation of the original motion, but I think actually giving it further thought, it is just an amendment to the proposal, so I think that is reasonable.
Is that seconded?
Yeah, I'll second.
Oh, and thirded. There we go. So I'm going to go back to David Vasma. Yes. To see if he is happy to take that on board.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm not happy to take that on board. I think we need a proper inquiry. I think we need more. It's more than just a task and finish group. We need outside people to look at this.
Okay. So now we have to therefore deal with the amendment, which will now be debated and then voted on. If that amendment is successful in its vote, then that will become the substantive, and then we will then vote on that. So, Roger, are you indicating to speak to the amendment, or?
Speak to the amendment, Chairman, but has it been seconded?
Yes, it has, yeah.
So I'll speak to the amendment. The problem with the amendment is in a task and finish group, I don't think we'll have enough access to the reports. If one looks at the Grant Thornton audit report, which was sent in, this is factual.
All right, please, let's not have many debates within the chamber. Everything will go through the chair, please, and we will show respect for one another.
The Grant Thornton report there, it lists information there that they had access to. The councillors were prevented and stopped from seeing it. They provided up-to-date information on what was happening. We didn't know. The audit committee didn't know. The audit staff gave 2 red reports, which I can't talk about what was happening. A task and finish group is not strong enough. It will not get access to it all. We need a proper inquiry to actually learn lessons and maybe for the future improve the way things are done. The audit report, which I can refer to, and I'll refer to in a few minutes after this is gone, before the full debate, but it lists there many items that they think should have been reported to council and cabinet. So I do not think this amendment is strong enough.
Okay, Councillor Duncan Kerr.
Yeah, I'm just reading the amendment as is on the agenda, which doesn't actually give a figure, but I hear the figure of £100,000 has been quoted for the cost of such an inquiry. We can't really do a judicial inquiry. Inquiry is normally what ministers do. So I'd like some clarification as to where the money would come from, what the cost would actually be, and it would seem to me we could do this for a task and finish group, and we could minute here that the task and finish group should have full access to all the information they need to do this task. We could make that a resolution of this council so it'll overcome that opposition to it.
Okay. Tony, you seconded and reserved your right. I haven't got any other hands up, so.
Yeah, I mean, I hear the point that Roger makes about whether a task and finish group would have sufficient authority, but I think the point Duncan brings to this now to say, well, we will set the terms and conditions for that task and finish group. So I think we can do it through that way, and I think it will be a better alternative than a funded public inquiry.
Okay, Rosemary.
Yeah, I just would like to move the amendment, please.
All right.
Thank you.
And the amendment is to make this a task and finish group project with full access to everything. Okay, so that is the amendment as proposed by Rosemary Dartnell and seconded by Councillor Tony Parsons. All those in favour, please show. Nine. All those against, please show. I don't think we need to count that. So, Rosemary, sorry, your amendment has fallen. So we will now go back to the original motion. Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, as I said earlier on, maybe to the dismay of some in this chamber, I will refer to the Grant Thornton report. Again, it did a report on governance, and that's where I'm coming from, which is to do with this motion. And it says, following the identification of a potential significant weakness in the council's arrangements for securing value for money relating to the North West Relief Road project, we undertook a detailed review of the project. Our review identified a number of weaknesses and issues relating to the governance and funding arrangements of the project. The full review can be found in Appendix D, which I'll come to in a moment. Internal audit raised governance issues, including the lack of any North West Relief Road Executive Board meetings formally. We have not seen any formalised minutes of a board since this recommendation was made by the internal audit. The North West Relief Road Executive Board has not included members who should have been there. Internal audit raised the issue of the exceeding of delegated budgets whilst progressing the North West Relief Road. We consider, and I did refer to this earlier on, so I missed that out about they considered it to be unsatisfactory, especially via Cabinet and full Council, that they received the information. If I go to Appendix D that they refer to, and it's a full look at this North West Relief Road, and I'm amazed that action has not been taken from it. The full business case will need to include in the finance case a credible funding plan for the project. However, there is no evidence of any formal funding plan documentation despite significant increases in forecast outturn cost since the outline business case approval in 2019. Given the significant increases in the project's cost and the DFT's formal funding commitment of being capped at 54.4 million, a formal funding plan with regular reviews and updates would be expected to be in place to set out options for addressing the funding gap. It is understood that borrowing is not considered to be a viable option by the council at this stage. The notes from the corporate steering group, which the Section 151 officer and business finance partner attend, include recognition of the risks around cancellation of the project and the conversion of capital spend into revenue. It is understood that the risk of cancellation of the North West Relief Road project is also reported to the Cabinet by Finance. However, this risk is not found on the project risk register provided in evidence. I think that goes to show that there does need to be an inquiry into what's happened here, and maybe lessons can be learned in the future. There is half a dozen pages here that Grant Thornton, and I'll be interested to see the report on this current year when that is reported in a few months' time. This is on 23-24, but they do mention items that occurred in summer 24, which is at present this current financial year. We do need to look at it, and we need to look at it formally to find out what went wrong or what could be improved, whichever way you want to look at it. Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Okay. Julian, yes, sorry. I knew there was a hand over here somewhere. It was behind this.
Thank you very much. So, yes, so once again, the Conservatives are taking the old trick of just sitting on their hands when they don't want to actually deal with a difficult issue. In this case, a difficult issue which they are clearly planning to leave in the hands of whoever takes over control of the council after May, having written the full business case and refused to bring it to council in time. I think all the opposition groups are joined in calling on you publicly to develop proper off-ramp proposals to protect the people of Shropshire from this disaster, because this scheme is clearly heading towards failure. However, having made that call, I can't now support the motion without the Labour Group's amendment. I do feel that spending yet more money to find out something which, frankly, we already know, which is that this has been a really poorly managed process, is not appropriate use of council money. And I think a task and finish group would have been an appropriate way to do it. And without that, I can't, I'm afraid, support the motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leslie Petition.
Right, can I just clear up some misunderstandings, and I'll use that phrase deliberately. We have said all along that we will not bring the full business case before council before planning permission is issued. That was the whole raison d'etre of what we'd agreed. That is what the Conservative group have been saying for 12 months. Had we been able to had we had the planning decision issued, we absolutely would have brought the business case to council before the elections.
The reason, and I take full responsibility for this, it's nobody else's responsibility but mine to actually release the full business case. Now, between you and me, I thought it was being released yesterday, but it's been released today. And I take full responsibility for that. I take full responsibility for it because I am fed up with people making up their own stories. I am fed up with people making out that we've given this secret information out, this secret information to them, this secret information to somebody else. We absolutely haven't. So there is no reason why I shouldn't release the full business case before it goes to full council, because it means nothing until you vote on it, and you haven't voted on it. But what it does do is release all that information. In the paperwork for the budget today is an options paper as to where the finances could come from if the new government, do not decide to fund this road project further. Although why they wouldn't, I don't understand, because it ticks every single box of their new agenda. Julian, had I not put in the option in that finance paper about planning permission not being granted, you would accuse me of not having put it in. I have covered in that finance paper every single option. And sadly, one of the things that nobody seems to understand is that if I'm going to say, and I'm just going to use somebody random, if I'm going to tell Ian that I've got 50 quid to spend on a project and announce that publicly, guess what? That project's going to be 50 quid. Commercial sensitivities around this, the figures can be released now because we've been through that prior tender process. Why do you think we did that? And to pick up on what Roger said about the audit report, yes, those were the findings of Grant Thornton in 23-24. Yes, we have taken significant action on those points raised by Grant Thornton since that date. I think this basically comes down to the fact this isn't kicking anything down the road. The Conservative group have never, ever wavered from the fact that this road is required. If you want to increase the prosperity and the economic growth of Shrewsbury and remove the traffic from out of the town centre, which is what everybody wants, the only option you have is to build this road. Yes, we can talk to the government about spending that money that they've given us on different projects, on widening roundabouts, staggered commute times, staggered school times. But actually that money's already been spent on the road. And you can't design a road of that complexity on the back of it. Well, some of you probably would, to be honest. But you can't do it on the back of a fag packet. You have to spend significant monies to get it right. It's quite simple. The battle lines are drawn. If the public believe that this road will actually help improve the traffic situation in this county, then they know which way to vote. And the fact that 3 of the groups in this room actually wrote to the roads minister to say that the moment they get elected, they are going to turn the project over, well, more for you. Because if you look at the comments on Facebook over the last few months, the tide is turning. Before, what you had was, and I'm going to say it again and get in trouble, the vocal minority. Your average man in the street is now starting to have their say. And when I went on a canvassing session a couple of weekends ago, and I'm not going to swear, I'll say it under my breath, the first thing somebody said to me was, when are you going to get that road built? And I am hearing that a lot. People think this road is going to happen because the council are proposing it. And you're going to disappoint them, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. You don't want to speak now. Right, Rosemary, I'm going to bring you in, and then this is a motion. I'm going to go back to the seconder and proposer. I think we've driven this one far enough along, so to speak.
No pun intended. Okay, so we all know that the projected cost of the road is 215 million for a 4-mile section of road with no distributor roads and still unconvincing traffic modelling. The reason that we object to the road is not because we just object to the road, it's because it doesn't add up. We need alternatives. And that's why we support the Greens amendment of adding Shrewsbury Moves into this conversation. Yeah.
Thank you. Right.
Excellent. I haven't finished.
Oh, sorry. There was a big pause there. I was hopeful.
Yeah, I was just listening to these sides. Most road service connect us to a wide road network. Traffic travels on networks, but not the North West Relief Road. It joins just 2 points, Churncote in the west and Battlefield in the north. Modelling old and new shows that traffic is expected to increase dramatically in North Shrewsbury should the road ever be built. 3 times today traffic will move from Battlefield in the north into the town centre via existing roads. Now these roads and roundabouts are already under pressure and remarkably there is no plan to improve them. So if you think Battlefield and Sundawn roundabouts and Coton Hill are congested now, just wait until this increase is unleashed on Shrewsbury should the road ever be built. The portfolio holder is frequently heard enthusiastically and extolling his opinions about the North West Relief Road and how good it will be for everyone. But until a couple of hours ago, he never can quite bring himself to share any details that might change his opinions into credible argument. Opinions are one thing, but evidence is king. And that's the nub of the problem for this mega project. We can see the evidence now, and really, I don't think anything I've seen, albeit sketchy, because I've been here all day, is really going to change much. Transparency is a major component of the democratic framework councils operate within, and rightly so, because every single penny councils spend comes from the pockets of hard-working people. Transparency is about being honest and open, being candid. It's about telling people the truth, about communications. It's about making the case, and ultimately, it's about having a clear mandate for any such spending. Now, let's be clear. Opposition groups have repeatedly called for a halt to spending until at least formal planning permission was granted. But this council decided to take the risk of spending £39 million of taxpayers' money on the controversial North West Relief Road. This spending was always known to be at risk. We've known since May 2019 the Department for Transport was entitled to withdraw funding at any time. Shropshire Tories have frequently misled the public about this road. They are at it again, promoting fairy tales about government writing a big fat cheque for Shropshire Council. They say if government cancels the road. I prefer to deal in facts, and they are: 1, the project owner is Shropshire Council, not the government. 2, the government cannot cancel the project. Government can only decide yes or no with regard to funding. So make no mistake, the Conservatives have speculated with £39 million of public money. This spending was always at the council's risk. Speaking of alternative plans, in Shropshire we've had no buses for more than 10 years, and as a consequence journeys long and short around the county are made by car. It is so outdated. People in this chamber have been criticised for looking to the past. If this is not looking to the past, then I don't know what is. It's time to change, and as a council we must provide alternative, safe transport methods for people to choose, to give choice. The excellent Shrewsbury Moves strategy has been adopted by council. Shrewsbury Moves will address the imbalance and bring hope for better times ahead with fewer cars, more buses and safe pathways for cyclists and pedestrians to make short journeys. Do we in the Labour group think an inquiry into Shropshire Conservatives' handling of the North West Relief Road project is justified? Well, yes, we do. Shropshire Tories should hang their heads in shame at the secrecy and the risk-taking to the tune of £39 million. But we can't support this motion because we don't want to waste more money on an inquiry. We want to get on with making Shropshire a better place to live and work by promoting alternatives to the ever depressing car dependency of this wonderful place.
Thank you very much. I have to say, where I live, I need a car, but there you go. I'm now going to go back to the seconder, who I believe was Rob Wilson. Was it? It was some days ago, I think it feels like.
Mr. Chair, you may not be able to hear it from where you're sat, but there is a significant amount of noise in the chamber. It does make it quite hard to listen to the debate.
Yes, yes. It does. But then when you were getting a response to a question that you asked, you were talking to Roger. No, you weren't talking to Roger.
I can listen.
I was watching. However, I'm not going to add to it. If you'd like to say what you need to say, I would just point that out though, because I did comment at the time. Right.
So, we've called for an inquiry. It is clear that spending on this has got out of control. It has inflated a long way above what it was meant to be. I stood, as I think most of you know, against the previous leader of this council at the last election. He put an election leaflet out and it said, vote for him. And it said, we have a total budget of some £90 million, which allows for any contingencies that may crop up. It went on to say, this is another example of your Conservative-led administration putting forward fully funded schemes for the long-term benefit of all Shropshire residents. All contingencies. Councillor Dean has gone on to talk about how we get blamed for delays, or campaign groups get blamed for delays. The Conservative group, apart from a few weeks last year, have had a majority on this council and all of its committees. There is nothing that we could do to slow down, delay this road. That is just untrue. I've seen things, as Councillor Pixton has said, I've seen things being said on Facebook where people have said this. It's just not true. We haven't slowed it down at all. Councillor Dean is right. There needs to be an off-ramp. And the only way of getting to that is by talking to DFT. Councillor Evans talked about there need to be a proper inquiry, not a task and finish group. This is far too important to be dealt with by just a task and finish group. And he pointed also to Grant Thornton talking about governance and funding and the need for a credible funding plan. I still have not seen a credible funding plan. And to that extent, it said that borrowing was not viable. Now, earlier in this meeting, I mentioned that the sums don't add up, and I'll repeat that now. If the total cost is £215 million, that requires total borrowing, I think, of £128 million if no money comes from anywhere else. At an interest rate of 5%, the council has said there will be £500,000 per month on the revenue account. However, if you pay £500,000 a year on a £128 million loan at 5%, you will never pay off that loan. It is impossible. If, however, you pay it off at £533,333, you'll pay it off in 1,000 years. The sums don't add up on this scheme. Something is rotten inside it. That's why we need an inquiry. Councillor Pixton talked about misunderstandings about we wouldn't bring it to council. It's a technicality, isn't it? Openness. We talked about openness and the collaborative budget and being together and open. It was a stunt. It was published on the internet 1 minute before Councillor Vasma asked his question this morning. We talked about the alternate paper. I'm afraid Councillor Picton comments on Facebook are not the general public. I think most people who talk about Facebook and social media would tell you that is some people, but it is not the entirety of people. Okay? It doesn't add up. There needs to be an inquiry, and I formally second the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Vasma, if you're still with us.
Yes, I'm very much with you, Chair. Thank you. No, I'm not going to say anything further. I think we've had a very good debate.
Robust.
And a robust debate, and I think we should go straight to a vote.
Okay. So, would you just, well, it's there in black and white, I suppose, isn't it? Had a slight amendment. So, all those in favour of supporting the motion for an inquiry, please show. All those in favour of rejecting the motion, please show. Against, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I've been sat down for a long time now, and I didn't bring a picnic with me. You put your hands down now if you want. I think very clearly that has failed. So, moving on, we will move on to the next motion, which is from Councillor Bernie Bectic. Our Chief Executive will be leaving the room as a member of the board. So we will just wait for him to go. Okay, good. There is a little hubbub of noise. This chamber does not seem to be quite as tolerant of noise. If you wouldn't talk while I am, that would be a useful start while I'm talking about noise in the chamber. Thank you. This chamber is not as tolerant as the old chamber. It's even harder to hear up here. So if people can understand that and not whisper or talk, if you really need to have a life or death conversation with the person behind you or next to you, please leave the room and do it. Okay, so Councillor Bentic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A core principle in medicine is primum nil nocere, which is Latin for first, do no harm, and is taught to every medical student and doctor in England. So whenever a change in care is contemplated, the first consideration is the harm that that change may bring. Other key elements are the NHS principles of openness, transparency and duty of candour, particularly for registered managers, as defined in Regulation 20 of the Health and Social Care Act 2008, regarding regulations updated in 2014. The registered manager of an integrated care board is the Chief Executive Officer. In August 2024, when Shropshire Telford and Wrekin's Integrated Care Board engaged with local residents, quote, to inform the requirements of the service going forward, unquote, openness, transparency and duty of candour principles would require that the intention to proceed with a procurement process would be explicitly declared and explained, but this was not the case, potentially breaching Regulation 20 of the above Act. An online public survey was available from the 27th of August for just 2.5 weeks, and out of a population of over 500,000 residents, there were just 579 responses. A subsequent online focus group had just 10 participants to represent the whole population. Those 80,000 Shropshire people who have no access to digital technology were largely excluded from this survey. And this particularly applies to the elderly, of whom almost half are digitally excluded from the report produced in 2020 jointly between Age UK and this council. And they're the ones who are most likely to use the services. ShropDoc is a trusted and well-respected not-for-profit local organisation which has served local people for almost 30 years and is arguably the best performing local urgent healthcare organisation. Last year it handled over 57,000 patient calls via the 111 service and dealt with over half of these on the telephone, seeing 17,000 at one of its 5 primary care centres and making over 9,000 home visits, including to some to remote geographical locations, with only 5% going to the hospital acute services. The GP out of hours procurement process changed between the market engagement and the invitation to tender in 2024, when it quoted a contract value equivalent to £7.2 million per year, which appears to contravene Section 242 of the NHS Act 2006 and Section 17(1)A of the Procurement Act 2023. The current value of ShropDoc services taken from the Integrated Care Board website is £7.85 million for 24-25, partly due to an extra 1,000 calls per month since October, with a full year effect of over £8 million per year. MedVivo's, the preferred provider tender, is equivalent to £6.5 million per year, dropping the value by £1.5 million each year. Additionally, if MedVivo's previous margins are applied to the proposed contract, then it would take almost £2 million per year in gross profit, reducing the total value by 3.5 million. So I'll skip through the council notes, and so I'll ask the council to resolve to ask this STWICB that if the contract has not been issued, to halt the current procurement process until further scrutiny has been carried out on the timings of the previous contracts to whom they were awarded, to confirm the precise amount of any reduction in the value of the proposed contract and how this will affect the existing service provision. Whether the contract has been awarded or not, to fully engage with Shropshire's residents and health watchdogs before drawing up any revised contracts for GP and related out-of-hours services and any new services. To report every 3 months to the Joint Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee on how the out-of-hours contract is performing, including the numbers of referrals into secondary care, the numbers of face-to-face primary care consultations, home visits and telecare consultations, plus the volume and type of any complaints and adverse outcomes. And finally, to provide detailed information on how the contract handover period will be managed and the governance systems in place to assure quality of service, avoid delays and avoid patient harm due to the provider's unfamiliarity with providing an out-of-hours service in Shropshire,
You are running
its
over
health
time
service
now, so
and its geography. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
that's all right. Good. I did allow you an extra 5 or 6 seconds, but I thought you were about to get into a whole new paragraph. So
No,
sorry,
thank you, Chair.
sorry
I'll
to
finish.
Jump in at the end there. And you are being seconded by
Councillor Halliday.
right. Oh right. Sorry. Yeah. If I appear to have struggled a little bit today, it's normally we sit on a plinth, which means when I say I'm looking down on you, I don't mean it in a derogatory way, but it does make it a lot easier to see people's faces and hands because a lot of folks just go like that. So.
Mr. Chairman, this motion is, I understand, supported by the Liberal Democrats, the Greens and the Labour Party and also the Conservative Party.
You understand, as far as I'm aware, correctly. However, to make democracy robust, I will see if anybody else has anything that they wish to say. I think you might win this one. I'm not going to put money on it, but is that right, Jeff?
Could I second?
Yes, you can actually. You are seconding it, so
yeah, thank you.
You're not going to reserve your right to take it, and you're going to
Thank you, Chair.
go for it.
ShopDoc's such a well-loved service. It's been running for almost 30 years. We applauded our services for getting good by CQC today, quite rightly so. ShopDoc have got outstanding, which is not easy to do. I believe about 13,000 people have signed a petition with concerns about losing ShopDoc. I suspect it's higher now. And following representation, we've got this standstill period. We've got a chance to scrutinise and look at what is happening with this contract. It's going to be very interesting. I think a representational panel has been convened by the ICB, and it's going to be interesting to see what they say. The ICB is saying that this re-procurement is not a cost-saving exercise, but I think part of the issue here is a lot of the residents' concern is that the company that has been chosen is a for-profit company. So if the cost envelope is remaining the same, you can assume that some of that is going to be taken by profit from the company. So we do need to have some reassurance about exactly how they're going to be able to provide this service. I think also it's the case that, this is a local service run largely by local people. Money's going to be flowing out of our local economy to somewhere, I think, elsewhere in the UK and possibly even in Europe. I'm not 100% sure how the company works, but certainly not in Shropshire. So the more money we can generate within our wonderful county, the better. It is worth noting that the Commissioner guidelines for provider section regime encourages the use of innovative solutions from the bidders, outcome-based rather than input-focused.
So in other words, service delivery is given more weight than in the evaluation than value. And I think that's what people are worried about. We want to know about the value of this service. It is definitely, as we know, how many times have we talked about the ambulance services in Shropshire? Quite rightly so. We've scored consistently very low to the bottom in all the measures. It's really crucial that this out of hours service works. Since this motion was submitted, the co-chairs of the Joint Health and Overview and Scrutiny Committee have issued a statement explaining, just expressing some concerns, and I suspect, Councillor Elner, your hand went up, so you'll perhaps talk a little bit about that. So I won't go on. But I think as such, I think it sounds like everybody in this room is supporting this motion, but I think for good reason. I think we really need to have got a chance to pause and really try and scrutinise this and see what's happening.
Okay. We are all going to support this, so please only speak if you're going to add. Sorry? As far as I'm aware, but Jeff, I'm not going to have an individual debate with you in my chamber, but thank you anyway. All right? Thank you. I will bring you in next. Put his clock down to 30 seconds. He's used 4.5 already arguing with the chairman. Jeff.
Thank you. Yeah, I am going to support this, but I do want to be slightly critical because I don't think everybody understands exactly what's going on. The Joint HOSC is here to make to criticise or make decisions based on that's already been made by the NHS or by SAF. We can't micromanage them and make decisions on their behalf. We're reading what we want to read. We're saying here that Shropdoc have got an outstanding CQC report, and that is not hard to do. I agree with that. But then so has this new company got an outstanding report, which was only issued very recently. So, you know, you can't compare one with the other. I'm just trying to get people into the perspective that nobody really understands the facts, and none of us do. None of us do. We can't make a decision as to who someone employs and who they don't employ. We can only critique it. Since this decision was made, there has been such a lot of public opinion. So at the last joint HOSC meeting, which Councillor Bentinck was at, but unfortunately he had to leave for other commitments, before we discussed this, at our meeting on the 10th of February, we had Joe Williams, the Chief Executive of SAF. We had Ned Hobbs, the Chief Operating Officer of SAF. We had Paula Gardner, the Director of Nursing, John Jones, the Medical Director, and Lorna Clarkson, Chief Medical Officer, NHS Shropshire, Telford and Wrekin. So they gave a presentation, and we spoke about this in quite a lot of detail. And we were not totally convinced about what they were saying, and we agreed with them that we would send some questions and ask for some assurances. And that's what we've done on behalf of this council and behalf of Telford and Wrekin. So we've already done this once. We've written and we've asked for assurances. So I'm not being critical, we're doing the work twice, but the one bit that just is awkward for me is the fact that this item 3 on this motion says to report every 3 months to the Joint Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee on how the out of hours contract is performing. Well, we're therefore implementing something on the work that the committee are going to be doing next year. We're now saying that every 3 months you're going to have to look at this, which you can't really do. And that's my only criticism. But I will support this because I do think there is such a lot of passion and feeling with this, but none of us really know the ins and outs of it. We've asked for a meeting. We've written the letters, which I think you've all had. We've asked for a meeting with the ICB to discuss it. So hopefully we can get some answers soon. So, you know, I do welcome what Councillor Bentinck has done here, because it does underline the concern of the county. And I'm very respectful for him for doing that. But it's just not quite as straightforward as it sounds. But yes, I will support it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ed Towers.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Elner. As a member of the Joint HOSC that was been discussing all this, and knowing what Councillor Elner just said, I just want to ask Councillor Bentig if he would consider withdrawing 3, because we're already doing that work and it's like duplication, and it's actually us telling them what to do. The scrutiny committee should do that, the Joint HOSC should do that, not this council as such. Just a question to Councillor Bentig.
Okay.
Chair.
Councillor Bentig, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I would be happy to accept a substitution of the word regularly for every 3 months.
Good. That's very compassionate of you. Mainly for me. I've been sat here for weeks now. Thank you very much. Okay. We will move to a vote then. Please show if you are happy to support this Councillor Bentig's motion. With the change highlighted by Councillor Bentig. And
thank you.
Good. I think that's unanimous.
Yeah.
All right. Did you want to abstain? Okay. How many abstentions? 3, 4. Well, I think it's still carried just. Okay, Rosebery. I think there's just about enough of us left to continue. Can we just can we please, hello everybody, meeting still going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rosebery.
The end of term feeling is overwhelming people, I understand. This motion commits council to write to government asking for a fully funded pay rise for council and school workers. If passed, it will have zero impact on council finances. Local government has endured central government funding cuts of more than 50% since 2010. Between 2010 and 2020, councils lost 60 pence out of every £1 they have received from central government. Since 2010, the local government workforce has endured years of pay restraints. The majority have lost at least 25% of their value since 2010. Staff have endured the worst cost of living crisis in a generation. At the same time, workers have experienced ever-increasing workloads and persistent job insecurity. Across the UK, 900,000 jobs have been lost in local government since June 2010, a reduction of more than 30%. Local government has arguably been hit by more severe job losses than any other part of the public sector. There has been a disproportionate impact on women, with women making up more than 3/4 of the local government workforce. And while this is a national story, it describes precisely the current and lasting predicament of our own Shropshire Council workers and workers in our own Shropshire schools. Council and school workers were among the key workers who kept our communities safe through the pandemic, often putting themselves at considerable risk as they worked to protect public health, provide quality housing, ensure our children continue to be educated and look after older people and vulnerable people. You will all remember in 2020, we literally applauded key workers from our lockdown doorsteps to show our gratitude for their commitment to the community at a time of severe crisis. That commitment continues, and in return, councillors are today asked to agree that Shropshire Council should write to government asking for a fully funded pay rise for council and school workers of £3,000 per annum on all pay points. Agreeing to the 5 resolutions today will show that Shropshire councillors support our staff and school workers. And I commend this motion to you.
And that is being seconded by, right, Caroline, thank you very much. Okay. Good.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor William Butler, Portfolio Holder, Finance and Local Resources, just in case I've forgotten. As Chair of West Midlands Employers, I was actually at the launch of this pay request in the West Midlands about a month ago. And where in some ways I can understand the ethos, and it would be lovely in a different world to actually support it. However, writing to the, we are part of the Green Book procedure for pay negotiations centrally, and I do not feel that we should actually enter into predetermining or promoting what the discussions are going on between the LGA and government through the West Midlands employers and other bodies. Furthermore, I have a little two items that I have a problem with. Asking the government to actually fully fund this offer. Since we've had the new government, they've said they fully funded our national insurance increase from the 1st of April. They haven't. We're going to be about £2 million short. In respect of government grants, if they'd have given Shropshire the actual average government grant at 6.8%, uplifting our core spending power, I would have had more contentment with supporting this because that government being fair. But we got 3.8%. That difference actually meant that I wouldn't have had to bring any savings forward for the next financial year, and actually would have probably dug into some of the savings that we should have done this year. But I do appreciate the ethos of it, and if we had the support of central government in a fairer way, I would be perhaps mindful to support. However, there is one further point, which I find it quite ironic that Councillor Dartnell is bringing this motion to the council, in the fact that we were confirmed at the last meeting with the local Labour MP that she was still adamant that we should be bringing care into the house. Now, we've seen today we've had a good QC. If I was to put that pay award onto care workers and bring them into house, I would dread to think where my revenue budget is, because it's not just about the £3,000, it's the pension contributions, it's the holiday pay, it's everything else. I'd love to do it, but it is totally unaffordable, and it would actually stop us having that ability to get a mixed economy on care. So all in all, I cannot support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Simon Harris and Ed Bird, so I've got little bits of paper everywhere now. So
I was Councillor Butler has said most of what I was sort of heading to say, but at the end of the day, somebody has to pay. I mean, it's completely fallacious to say, well, it's okay because Shropshire Council isn't paying, but we pay our tax. Not just the Shropshire Council through the council tax system, we actually pay it to the central government. So the central government, presumably under Councillor Dartnell's view, will have to find that money. I'm not aware that there's a great deal of money sloshing around for extra pay, and I do worry that this approach in itself is the beginnings, and I'm sure some of us are old enough here to recall the winter of discontent. I mean, we have got a summer to go through first, which hopefully we will enjoy, but it does strike me that if this is the way our socialist colleagues are going, the winter of discontent could be this Christmas. Thank you.
Okay, Ed Bird and then Chris Schofield.
So very briefly, I think I'll just echo what both of my colleagues have just said there, that rationale behind, oh, it's okay, it's not going to cost us anything, the government are going to pay. Well, the government actually doesn't create any wealth, and it's taxpayers' money, so they could very well turn around and, in order to pay that, cut something else. It doesn't work like that, and once again we see this complete lack of understanding of economics from the opposition, which is very, very scary should they ever get control of this council's budget. Thank you.
Chris Schofield.
Thank you, Chair. I would have thought that Unison is big enough for itself to write to government. I mean, after all, it's one of the main backers of the Labour government at the moment. And the other thing people never mention is pension contributions, which is a large proportion of that goes in for the council. I don't know the figure offhand how much that would cost, but maybe Councillor Butler could tell me. I don't know.
All right, let's not have an individual discussion. No, well, I could hear Gwilym filling in the blanks. So, All right. You finished? Did you finish? All right. It wasn't my rude interruption asking you not to have a mini debate within the debate. Good. Kate Halliday and Councillor Ruth Houghton.
Thank you. I seem to remember supporting a very well put Conservative motion not that long ago, calling on the government for more money for cancer research, actually. So I think it is, I'm just interested in the approach of the speakers who have suggested that it isn't Conservative to ask their government for money. NHS waiting lists have come down fairly dramatically recently. We don't exactly know why, but I suspect it's because we managed to support the long battle and pay rises of doctors within the NHS. I don't know that for a fact. But the reality is, if you don't pay your staff well, you don't get the best out of them. That is what we are arguing for with this motion. We've heard time and time again about supporting our staff who work in the council. So I'm amazed that people are arguing that people shouldn't get a fair wage who work in this council.
Okay, Councillor Ruth Houghton.
Thank you, Chair. It would be lovely to be able to support this. I mean, who wouldn't want a pay rise? It'd be great, and it'd be good to be able to give one. But it's not really fair, because so much of the work of this council is done by contracted providers, particularly in the social care sector, and they are facing probably higher challenges around meeting additional costs of national insurance. And those staff equally are carrying out jobs of similar value, of equal value, I would argue, and are not being considered within this motion. So regrettably, I can't support it, although I would like to if it was across the board.
Okay, Rosemary.
Yeah, nothing to add, thank you.
No. Okay, well, oh, sorry, yeah, Rachel.
Caroline.
You're sat behind Caroline, sorry. Well, he said Rachel Conley. You're sat behind David Minnery, and I lost sight of you completely, so I do apologise. And that's not being derogatory. Yeah. It's mainly forwards though, not sideways, so.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I am surprised that people are prepared, having spent so much of this today in general, hearing about the marvellous work of our staff from Shropshire Council, the wonderful things that they do, the commitment they show to the council and to the work and to the people that we serve. And then here we are in a situation where we seem to have, people who are prepared to vote against those people receiving a pay rise. Now, I appreciate that financially things are tough, not just in Shropshire, obviously, across the country, but I think we need to think very carefully about the people who we're talking about here. As an ex-teacher, I saw how hard the teaching support staff work. They went in throughout lockdown and helped keep the place going, helped vulnerable children be able to continue attending school. Those people are continually being asked to take on more and more responsibilities, and yet their pay is amongst the lowest of those in the local government sector. I just feel that we owe it to our staff to vote for this motion. There's no point in us standing up and saying how marvellous our staff are. Yeah, but you're not getting any more money. It's just not on. It's not fair. Thank you.
Okay, Rosemary, do you still wish to say nothing?
I'm happy to say nothing, but just to commend the motion.
Well, you did say just a minute ago that when I tried to bring you in, you just said you had nothing to add. No, is that still the case, or now, as your seconder has spoken, do you feel the need to reply?
I commend the motion to the council.
Right. Other than that, of course, I meant answer all the questions in debate. Okay. Okay, you've got it in front of you. You've heard the debate. All those in favour of supporting the motion, please show. 7. Okay. I suspect this might be bigger. All those against? Okay. I won't count those. Any abstentions? Because I missed 3 last time. All right. Thank you. That concludes motions. We will move on to the item 20, which is the report of the Shropshire and Wrekin Fire and Rescue Authority. I'm going to invite Councillor David Minery to present the report and move that it be received and agreed.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to formally present the reports and move they be received.
Good. That's the sort of presenting that I adore at this time of the day. Okay, everybody content? Rosemary.
Thank you. I have a question. I'm sure we've all read the worrying reports of the appalling WhatsApp messages circulated between some officers about colleagues at the fire service. These would promote fears of a worrying culture in any workplace. A recent BBC article highlighted the external auditor's comments regarding an apparent lack of a social media policy. I do not ask for details of the policy, nor for details of the ongoing cases, but I do ask if the Fire Authority Chair is confident that these serious matters are being addressed properly.
Yes, Chair, I am.
Right, there we go. Good. So, we do seem to be leaking councillors at an alarming rate. I know, it's actually gets, yeah. Well, they're in the new building now. Hopefully it doesn't leak other than from the river maybe, but anyway. So, exclusion of the public and press is item 21, and I'm going to move that in accordance with the provisions of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act of 1972, paragraph 10.43, of the Council's access to information and procedure rules, that public and press be excluded for the consideration of the remaining business.
I second that motion.
Good. Okay. So, thank you.